Yep.
All right. Good evening and welcome to the August 12th, 2025 Lawrence City Commission meeting. The first item on our agenda is to consider a motion to recess into an executive session.
I move to recess an executive session for approximately 10 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding a pending legal matter pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:11 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
Okay, motion by Finkeldye.
Second.
Okay, and there's a second by Larson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we're back from our first executive session, and we received a briefing from the city's attorneys regarding a pending legal matter, and I would like to entertain a motion following that discussion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I move that we direct staff to send 2 notices of default to Hetrick Air Services Incorporated, consistent with our discussions in the closed session.
Second.
A motion by Larson, seconded by Littlejohn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes 5-0. Okay, the next item on our agenda is to consider a motion to recess into executive session.
Move to recess into executive session for approximately 40 minutes to discuss privileged legal communications from the city's attorneys regarding the terms of a contract and a city policy pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client privilege matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at approximately 5:42 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
Yeah, it's a motion by Finkeldie.
Mayor, point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Exec session is 40 minutes?
Yes,
That would put us back at 5:53.
53. Thank you very much.
Did I say that wrong?
You
Thank
did.
you. Thank you for that clarification.
5:53 would be the returning time. Okay, is there a
Yep.
second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Finkeldie, second by Larson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion passes 5-0. We'll see you 5:53.
But my number dyslexia, I inverted the number.
We're back in from our executive session, and we don't have anything to report from that time.
Let me move.
Sure.
Presentation. I'll go to the podium just so I'm talking to them.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Easiest to just wait, or, you know, just get out there.
Yeah.
All right, you ready, Sherry?
Yes, we're ready when you're ready.
All right, thanks, everybody. We're back from our executive session. Nothing to report. I don't know if you heard it the first time. Let's go on to item B on our agenda, which is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as is?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second?
All right, there's approval by Finkeldice, seconded by Littlejohn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Would you like Sherry to say who?
Yeah. Sherry, would you go ahead and read the meeting rules before we move on to item C, which is the consent agenda?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Please silence your cell phones. The primary format for accessing the meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access cannot be guaranteed due to potential technology issues. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function. When prompted, select Join as Panelist. There will be a brief delay as your role changes. Once your name is called, please unmute and turn on your camera to provide your comments. Please state your name and zip code before providing your comments. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The city does reserve the right to turn videos off or mute participants. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Sherry. I'm going to move on to C, which is the consent agenda, and items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments on these items. Are there any items that a city commissioner would like removed from the agenda? Okay. Is there any items a member of the public would like removed from the consent agenda?
There's no quasi-judicial.
We don't have any quasi.
I have it.
None.
Okay.
Okay. So then there's a motion to approve.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second?
Okay, that's a motion by Finkeldye. I'm sorry, I just reset. Second by Sellers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to our regular agenda item, which is to consider various actions related to the KU Gateway project and to conduct separate public hearings on the adoption of the sales tax star revenue bond project, conduct a public hearing on the adoption of the tax increment financing project plan, conduct a public hearing on the establishment of a community improvement district, a CID, adopt a resolution approving execution of a development agreement between the city and the University of Kansas, and adopt on first reading an ordinance approving a star bond project plan, adopting on first reading an ordinance approving a TIF project plan, adopt on first reading an ordinance establishing a CID and leveling a CID sales tax, adopt a resolution of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds for the purposes of providing sales tax exemption.
Thank you, Mayor. Before you this evening is a series of actions to approve the Gateway development that includes a new stadium, conference center, hotel, apartments, and retail on the KU campus. This project is the largest project the city has seen, and the investment in these amenities assure long-term viability and enhance cultural, educational, and economic future for Lawrence, the University of Kansas, and the state of Kansas. The STAR, CID, and TIF tools, though critical to the success and viability of this project, are a modest percentage of the overall project as compared to other STAR developments. The development agreement is a more detailed final agreement that outlines the same primary terms as the MOU presented and discussed earlier this spring. Through a lengthy and thorough process of independent analysis by the city, state, and KU, as well as a thoughtful negotiation between the parties, I am pleased to endorse and recommend the development agreement in each of the enacting ordinances. In a moment, I will turn this over to Kevin Wimpy of Gilmore and Bell, the city's attorney assisting us in this process. He will go through the primary points of the agreement, and then we will turn it over to KU for their outline and presentation. Before I pass it over, I'd like to thank our team, including our internal city team, Gilmore and Bell and Baker Tilly, who provided expert support through this process. I'd also like to acknowledge the collaborative work of the team from KU and the state of Kansas, each of whom represented particular and important individual interests, but also demonstrated a common commitment to responsibly and strategically improving the campus, the city, and the state through this strategic investment. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Kevin.
Thank you, Craig.
Right. Well, thank you, Craig, and good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell, representing the city as bond counsel. Also joined tonight by my colleague, Shelby Exposito. I've got about 15 minutes of sort of refresher and an update and overview of the development agreement, but where Craig left off, I wanted to start by thanking city staff, from Craig and Tony and everyone on down. This has really been a collaborative experience with input from all sides, and everybody's been incredibly professional. On the city side and university side are really sophisticated and collegial back and forth, and I just wanted to make sure those thank yous were said off the top. I think we've got a really partner who's been really responsive to the city's needs throughout the process. So the first slide here is just to rehash where we've been procedurally, going back to December of last year when the university first presented the plan. And then from there on down, you can see all the stops along the way at the commission level. And in between all those, there have been publications, mailed notices to property owners and so forth as required by state statute. There's also state involvement of Secretary of Commerce approval interspersed several times throughout here, as the state is our good partner on the STAR bond financing plan. There in May, you see that the MOU, or Memorandum of Understanding, was presented. And tonight before you, the development agreement's really the full embodiment of that for execution and represents all the salient terms you saw back in May under that MOU. And then finally, we'll end tonight, final slide will introduce the action items before you tonight. I think we warned in December of last year there'd be half a dozen or so public hearings attendant to this process, and we won't let you down on that front. We're here to make good on that promise tonight. So first, a few slides to refresh.
Excuse me, Mayor, just,
Yes.
do we have any video over here?
No. So we have an issue.
We have a couple of dead.
Yeah, they're all the big screens are
Displays.
dead. I'm
Oh, okay.
sorry, but they're not operational right now.
Can we turn this?
Turn this a little bit, Sherry.
I can,
I don't want you to do it.
I can turn it, but
It's not gonna, yeah.
I got it, Eric.
Okay.
Thank you. It's just more what I will be able to control when I can't access.
Yeah.
So when we're done, I'll need to turn it back.
Yeah.
Tell me, is that helpful at all? Anyone see this?
A little more.
Sure you don't need any help?
That's probably helpful. Yeah, we have it
yeah,
here,
we got
so
it.
we're
We're
good.
good.
We're good.
Okay, so on this slide, the university will go into more detail on the project components and so forth, but just to refresh, and for the group tonight, the top set of bullet points is what's termed the minimum improvements in the development agreement, and that's what the university is handling performance of, and that's the stadium renovation, both phases, parking podium and surface parking, also the Gateway Plaza and associated site work and infrastructure. On the bottom set of improvements, that's what third-party developers will be in charge of performing. It includes the hotel, apartments, retail, restaurant, and office uses. The next couple of slides will be sort of snapshots of the financing picture as we see it now. And this first slide is just meant to represent the entire budget of close to $800 million for the project all in. This is consistent with what the university described in December of 2024 when they first approached the commission of approximately 12% input from city's bond financing, with the balance or 88% coming from university or other sources. And in the agreement and the budget as it stands today, those numbers still hold. And that $94 million or close to $95 million maximum figure of city bonds is what's represented there in 12% sliver. And I want to keep that in mind as we jump to the next slide. This next slide is a pie chart depicting that 12% sliver and the composition of the city's input here, which again is a maximum of $94.6 million under the development agreement. This is the sources of city's funds, and I think in the next handful of slides are intended to depict the repayment sources for each of these tranches of bonds. So you can see here the majority of that is STAR bonds, and we'll go over the main theme there on repayment sources is that is majority state funds repaying those funds. Next biggest at 23% is the CID bonds, which is an additional sales tax that does not interfere with any currently existing city sales tax or otherwise be revenues coming to the city. And then finally, the smallest city input anticipated is from tax increment financing or TIF bonds. And as we'll describe later, those are also new revenues given the current property is exempt from property taxes largely within the project site. This is just a refresher on the STAR Bond District. This was formed in May by action of the Commission. And there will be two more maps because there are 3 distinct districts for STAR, TIF, and CID financing. This slide's a replay from the last time we all spoke, setting up the districts. It's just intended to depict the input on the city side into repayment of STAR bonds. And so the columns on the right are meant to depict sort of 3 sources of financing and how they're used to repay bonds. First, though, the base year or base concept built into the STAR bond statute, what that means is that at a district's creation, which in this case was May of 2025, the State Department of Revenue looks back at the preceding 12 months and establishes what the base sales tax rate was for those 12 months before the district was formed. And that base figure is what future collections are measured against and what can be captured for repayment of STAR bonds. So that's what's intended by a base. And then the second column there that's labeled shielded purposes, those are sales taxes that cannot be captured by STAR bonds. And for the city of Lawrence, that means there's 0.6% of special sales taxes devoted by the voters to various purposes, including street and infrastructure, transit and affordable housing purposes. And so none of those funds would be captured for STAR bond purposes, and any new sales taxes under those descriptions would flow through to the city. And so the top column there of captured sales taxes, again, are the city's general sales tax of 1% and the city's share of the county's sales tax that exceed the base year as measured by the state. Final slide here on STAR bond financing, just intended to depict the repayment sources for STAR bonds and the inputs that are captured to repay bondholders. The bottom line is that based on the city's current sales tax rate and what's capturable and the state's portion that's kicked in to repay STAR bonds, it's anticipated something like 75% of the funds or so would come from the state, and about a quarter or thereabout would be funds that would go to the city that would be captured for repayment of STAR bonds. So just intended to depict that this is mostly the state's revenue to repay those bonds, and speaks to the Department of Commerce's involvement along the way in approval process and why they're such a big partner in these projects. Quick snapshot on community improvement, district or CID financing. That map is what's proposed for establishment tonight, and a levy of an additional 2% sales tax within this district for a maximum term of 22 years. Again, no interference with existing city sales taxes. This would be a new sales tax, so not funds that would otherwise come to the city. The financing mechanism for CID bonds are special obligation bonds, meaning the city's not pledging its full faith and credit. And so the bondholders are, to get repaid, would need those 2% CID sales tax collections to be made so that they can receive their investment. I should mention on STAR bonds as well, those are also special obligation bonds under statute, so there'd be no city backing of the STAR bonds either. Okay, on the TIF district, this is the district that was formed in May alongside the STAR bond district, notably much smaller and basically just encompasses the east side of the stadium and adjacent land. The increment generated from property taxes is what is used to repay TIF costs or TIF bonds. And so most of this land depicted in the district is exempt because it's used for exempt purposes and doesn't pay property taxes. And so it's anticipated by the private development coming online, it'd be subject to property taxes, and those funds could be captured aside from the school district's capital outlay levy that is shielded from this TIF capture. And other state levies, that these funds could be captured and used to pay TIF eligible costs or TIF bonds in this point. Unlike the STAR and CID bonds, the TIF bonds here are anticipated to be GO or general obligation bonds, meaning the city will pledge its full faith and credit backing to repay those bonds. That's really came from negotiations with the university. It was apparent the city had infrastructure needs in the vicinity of the project. And by the city pledging its full faith and credit, it would increase the amount of TIF bond proceeds that could be realized from a TIF bond issuance. These infrastructure needs, I think the city would otherwise pay from general obligation bonds or other funds of the city and be on the city's side of the ledger, so to speak. And by allowing rights to the city to use the first $14.5 million of TIF bond proceeds, essentially claimed a funding source for those by the project revenues that don't exist today. And so by issuing those GO bonds, the city's found a source of financing for stormwater and street and related improvements near the project by using the TIF tool. Industrial revenue bonds are anticipated here for the private development of hotel and multifamily. These are just for the sole purpose of providing sales tax exemption on construction materials and furniture, fixtures, and equipment. There's no property tax abatement anticipated by using the IRBs here. That wraps up on the funding tools and repayment sources. I wanted to jump quickly to a slide on due diligence, or what's been studied so far about this financing plan. And to date, there have been what I'll call 3 and change different, just in excess of 3 studies here. And first of all, the university commissioned a study last year through Hunt & Partners as it evaluated its own financing proposal. Second, as required by state law, PGAV was involved on behalf of the state to perform an analysis of the financing tools, and that's embedded in the STAR bond project plan that's before you for consideration tonight. And then lastly, Baker Tilly, the city's financial advisor, performed the TIF feasibility study required under state law, and also screened some of the underpinnings of the other third-party studies here. Importantly, each of these studies largely mirrored one another. There's no huge discrepancies that any of the financial advisors spotted here. And so it really has been studied very thoroughly to date. I also want to mention that going forward, before any of the bonds anticipated here would be issued, the STAR bonds or CID bonds, a revenue consultant would be engaged closer to the time of bond issuance to again screen the anticipated revenues and appropriately size the bonds based on that study. So studied at least 3 times to date and at least 1 more time before any bonds would be issued. Just several slides left. The next 2 key in on items we deem as key terms under the development agreement to discuss here ahead of the public hearing. First, pretty self-explanatory, but there's commencement and completion dates for the university's portion of the improvements, the minimum improvements. And you'll see they need to get underway by about this time next year and complete within 2 years. And again, that encompasses the stadium renovations, adjacent parking, and the plaza that are under the university's control. The second bullet there about bond funding mechanics. There's a term in the development agreement, we refer to it as the threshold amount of $86 million. And this is a number that's probably more representative of what the financial consultants deem would be the bond production based on today's market and assumptions. And the key thing about this figure versus the $94.6 million overall cap figure is that the universities agreed that any bond production over that amount for the university's use would instead be split 50-50 with the city, that the city could choose to fund other infrastructure eligible costs in the vicinity using its share of the bond proceeds in excess of $86 million. The overall cap figure is, as it would suggest, an overall cap on the bond proceeds that the university could access under this agreement. And so this includes the STAR bond proceeds, CID proceeds, and TIF proceeds. It's roughly about 110% of that threshold amount or projected amount. So it provides a little bit of wiggle room in case markets move or there's changes in the anticipated revenue, but does provide that hard cap on university access to those proceeds. Next one below that is the public-private ratio or city-university ratio here. Now, the first slide, we showed a 12 to 88 ratio on the city to university, and the agreement that will be filled in here will have a 16 2/3% on the city side and 83 1/3%. It's a little bit higher than the 12% shown on the initial slide under the pie chart, and it really boils down to what number of bond proceeds would come from the city to make up that whole capital stack and the timing of access to those. And we felt like baking in a little bit of wiggle room on the university's end allowed them to access bond proceeds during construction. And I think the key thing to keep in mind here is to achieve that ratio and have access to the full set of bond proceeds up to the cap anticipated. The university would have to spend another $110 million or so from today towards that second phase. And that combined with the other items that are conditions precedent to the issuance of bonds that are the subject of the rest of the slide, feels like put us in a really good position from the city's end that we've got a lot of certainty they're going to deliver the project they promised before we expend all the bond proceeds to the university for the project. Finally, the conditions precedent to a bond issuance, because I always like to say at this stage, a development agreement really sets the rules of the game, and it's now up to our development partner to go perform, check off a few of the boxes and performance measures in the development agreement, and then return to the commission to request the issuance of bonds with a showing that they have performed and accomplished the things they were supposed to. So among those conditions precedent that we think are customary and aligned with what the bond market would want to see are that the city would have the rights to approve the university's financing plan and its access to capital to perform the university's obligations under the agreement. Basically just proving up a full capital stack to deliver the project components in the university's court. Second would be evidence of guaranteed maximum price contracts or GMPs for each component of the project. This is something that we find is customary for this type of economic development bond issue that the bond market and bond investors would want to see before they would invest in bonds of this nature, and provides a level of certainty that that component for which a GMP has been signed is on the cusp of construction and ready to proceed. Finally, the city retains full discretion over the bond financing terms. So we mentioned earlier there'd be another revenue study relative to the STAR bond deal, CID bond deal. And as part of that, there'd be the city financing team, the city's financial advisor, an underwriting team that would evaluate that revenue study and propose bond terms, including interest rates, bond reserves, coverage ratios, and so forth that play into the size and amount of that bond deal, and the city retains discretion on those under the agreement. So that'd be part of your evaluation at a future meeting should the university be in a position to issue bonds. To highlight a few of the key city benefits embedded in the agreement, we've already covered a couple of these, but at the top would be that infrastructure funding where the city has first rights to the $14.5 million of TIF bond proceeds. Again, it's anticipated for stormwater improvements and traffic and street infrastructure in the vicinity of the project that would otherwise be paid from city at large funds. There's an affordable housing contribution, and the university's agreed that before bonds are issued, $4 million of funds or value through real estate or otherwise to the city that would be earmarked for affordable housing purposes. Should they not perform on that measure before bonds are issued, the city would have the right to reduce the university's right to bond proceeds commensurately with whatever's unpaid. As mentioned on the slide breaking out the sales taxes dedicated to Star Bonds, there are city sales taxes that will continue to flow through, including the new sales taxes within the district for your 0.6% special sales taxes. And then finally, there are other university commitments throughout the agreement, including a commitment to establish the off-campus housing office, to interact with neighbors, maintain, provide security for the site and general upkeep, and also collaborate with its private developers on connectivity to downtown and transportation. Final slide here just tees up tonight's action items. There will be 3 public hearings required by state law. One on the Star Bond project plan that's been presented here tonight. Second is on the TIF bond project plan. And third is on the establishment of the Community Improvement District and levy of a 2% additional CID sales tax. Following those public hearings, there's 5 action items. The first is a resolution approving the execution of the development agreement in substantially the form presented. The next 2 ordinances are ordinances approving the Star Bond project plan and the TIF bond project plan. And under state law, those have a supermajority 2/3 vote requirement. Next would be an ordinance establishing the boundaries of the Community Improvement District and levying the 2% sales tax within the district. And then finally is a resolution of intent relating to the issuance of IRBs for the purpose of providing sales tax exemption on construction materials for the hotel and multifamily facility. That concludes my prepared remarks. I believe the university has presentation as well. I'm happy to field questions as you see fit.
Great. Any questions right now before university?
Just 2 kind of technical questions on the stall bonds that I've been asked the most. One, what about the Dillons going into the stall bond district that's moving? How is that taken into account in the base?
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner. So the Dillons relocating from elsewhere in the city into the district there's an opportunity in the statute to bake into that base value relocations so that the city sales taxes aren't cannibalized, so to speak, so that you're not losing revenue you'd otherwise get because someone relocates. We've brought that up with the State Department of Revenue, and they're currently working on providing that adjusted base, so to speak, so that the Dillon sales taxes are not captured for Star Bonds and instead flow through to the city as they otherwise would.
And the second kind of similar question is, I think you mentioned, and I think I had this wrong in my mind, the base year is May of 24 to May of 25. Is that the year to create the Star Bond sales tax base district?
Right.
Question about not having football games during that time, and do we know the impact of that on the sales tax? Or maybe that's a question for the city, but.
Yeah. I think I can paraphrase, but I'd be happy to turn over to City Finance for a more detailed response if that's Rochelle. But I think the short answer is no meaningful impact, but Rochelle, if you want to think.
Yeah, we have the ability to look at those, and so we've reviewed for the records for the period in which that applies, and there was a small decrease noted that we can work with KDOR to account for, but there was no large drop that we need to include in the base.
And that's because the stall bond's much bigger, is the whole.
Yes, the district is much larger than just the football stadium, and KU continued to have other activities on their campus and all of their other venues and events.
Thank you.
Anything else before we move on to the KU? Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, members of the commission. I think if we can bring up our presentation, or can you?
I don't know who provided it to me, so I'm not.
You can't, I'll just talk about it. I can do that.
If you tell me who it was sent to, I can pull it up while you start talking.
Okay, I can go ahead and get started. We've been before you several times, so you've seen the videos and the presentation and what the project is. Just to remind you what Phase 1 is, which goes live the first football game on August 23rd. I got the pleasure of going through that whole facility this morning. It is mind-blowing and incredible, and probably one of the coolest football stadiums, multi-use stadiums you'll see anywhere in the country. That is really the west side of the stadium and the north side, which is where the conference center is. The conference center is significant, and we're storing things in there now, but that's going to be going live, a few months after the first football game. Anderson Family Sports Complex is there, and then you got the parking lot to the east, which is where the development is going to go. So you would see that in the graphics. Just to remind you what Phase 2 is, it's the east side of the stadium. It's a hotel, Marriott quality hotel, 150 full-service hotel with 16 condominiums on top, student housing, 443 student housing beds, retail and restaurant, 43,000 square feet, parking to replace parking lost as a result of the development, and a parking pad that has 2 levels of parking to support the development. A gateway plaza that can be activated outside of that, 20,000 square feet for outdoor programming. And having the hotel and all that amenities around there more than doubles the output of the conference center. The conference center, as it is today, with none of this development, would have a difficult time attracting large out-of-state events where people stay multiple nights and come downtown and eat and stay in other hotels, not just the hotel being built. OVG has told us that we can more than double the output by doing the development. So it will leverage the $85 million investment the state made to the project for the conference center. The community benefits are entertainment and recreation, with sporting events, concerts, and entertainment options for residents and visitors. It's just not a university asset. The plaza can be used by the community, by the university. Community gatherings, enhances the multi-use purpose of the stadium. It's really, and this is really important, in the increasingly competitive space of higher education. Iowa State's doing a similar project. They're obviously one of our competitors. And when you walk in there, that's going to be the first thing a freshman's going to see when they come to the university. They're going to see the Gateway Project, going to see a hotel they can stay in. They're going to get a view of the Campanile through that, where they're going to walk through 4 years later into that stadium for graduation. There'll be a conference center where 30, 40, 50-year-old people will be coming to visit. And when their kids go to college, they're going to remember KU in that particular conference. So can I switch the slides?
Kurt's getting it pulled up, right?
Okay. And I'll show you what that looks like in just a second. So this is a really critical element for a couple reasons. One, it addresses parking, which is a critical part of the project. Okay, I'll go ahead and go forward here. It addresses parking. It addresses our student housing challenges. As we have older housing, we need to replace it. We need to make sure in agreement we're committing to a certain level of having on-campus housing available. We have some older stock buildings we need to bring down and refurbish and bring up. This is a critical element of our student housing needs that we have. And we have a $100 million authority from the state to do more, and we're looking at that as well. So this is parking, housing. It's that recruiting tool that makes us competitive with our peers in terms of recruiting. It's got I saw this morning, the World War I memorial. You'll see that it's a really cool memorial where you can see all the impacts of KU's impact and Lawrence's impact on World War I. So there's a museum there that originally was the David Booth Memorial Stadium. It was a World War I memorial. We're maintaining that aspects of that. And that's a picture of the plaza you can see from the project. This is, again, my favorite view, where you look right down the corridor there and you see the Campanile through that site in the middle. Hotels in the forefront. On the other side is apartments. And then to the right of all that is where the World War I memorial is. Again, it's a critical element for recruiting and for us to be competitive in the higher ed space. It can be the economic center to complement Mass Street, bring it up. People come there. When you go to a conference, you don't stay in the site if you go to a conference for multiple days. You're going to go downtown, and we're committing in the agreement to work with the business community to provide transportation to downtown to make sure they're on Mass Street, spending their money down there, staying in other hotels. A fully functioning conference center, and it is a significant conference center. When you get the opportunity, when that's fully open, to go down there, you'll see it's a very significant conference center that we can all be proud of as an asset to the city of Lawrence and Douglas County, state, and to the university. High-end quality hotel development that can bring those out-of-state conferences in. Critical apartment-style housing to address our housing challenges. And again, parking, that whole underneath of that is parking. So what you'll see, assuming we get approval here, is we would tear the east side down, we'd build the east side up, we'd build a parking platform at 2 levels, we'd build the hotel, and we'd put the student housing on top of the parking platform. and in the middle of that is a plaza that gets activated. So this is a very significant development. It's pretty complex. We just, again, finished in record time at a very high-quality build. You'll see that very soon when it opens up, a very high-quality build on Phase 1, and we're going to continue that concept in Phase 2. The benefits to the city of Lawrence, Douglas County, and state of Kansas is $1.4 billion in direct spending, $550 million in indirect, meaning when somebody creates a job, it creates opportunities for other people. That's over 20 years. It's almost a $2 billion economic benefit. Net new earnings of $418 million, supported by 430 full-time jobs over 20 years. These are going to be jobs that are more like retail, hospitality type of jobs that the middle class is looking for, and with good paying, living wage jobs. Incremental sales tax to the city of Lawrence is $27.8 million over 20 years. The county equivalent's $32.5. That's over and above what's going into the STAR bonds, TIFs, and CID. So there's money coming in while this project's going. And then increased property taxes, as was mentioned a few minutes ago. Currently, that whole pad as university property is not subject to sales tax. By putting private development on it, hotel and the apartment style, it becomes subject to city property tax and state county property tax forever. So when these pay off, that taxes keep rolling into the city as well. And the school district taxes are retained during the period, even while the TIF project's going on. So those are the economic benefits. Again, there's another view of what this will look like in a couple of years whenever we can get this all built. Again, economic benefits, I think I've already been there. Let me go down. Here's the cost that Kevin talked about just a minute ago. The stadium west and north, $363 million. So we've already put that in terms of financing through the athletic department and through our donors, our generous donors that have helped us with the west and north side. State put in $85 million through ARPA, Economic Development Funds. Phase 1, $448 million. Phase 2, developer for hotel, housing, and restaurant retail, $126 million. Stadium, $134 million. That's a different number than you saw previously, and the reason is, as we've gotten closer into design, our donors want suites on the east side. So donors have been stepping up a little bit to make it where we can get this thing built in 2 years, get suites in it so it complements the other side as opposed to bleachers like it is now. That was a concept 3 months ago. So as this thing gets designed, we're looking at there's a market for increased premium seating on the east side as well, and we're designing it to do that. And donors are willing to step up to help us with that. And then you've got the STAR bonds, TIF, and CID that was just mentioned, the stadium, parking plaza, infrastructure, and stormwater. So the $14.5 million of stormwater and parking's in that number as well, for a total of $808.7 million. You take the $14.5 million out, you're at a $794 million project. That is not the stormwater part of the project. So this, again, is the biggest economic project in the history of Lawrence and Douglas County, and it's one of the bigger ones in the state. And you can see it's got a complex partnership: the state, the city, athletics, developer, your role in TIF, CIDs, and STAR bonds, and it's a complex project because of that. In my previous life, I've been the CFO of Washington, D.C. for 7 years, and the CFO of the city of Phoenix for 25 years. Those are 25 years, so lots and lots of projects like this. And this is on a par with the Wharf project in Washington, D.C. It's on par with the Cityscape and downtown ASU and the city of Phoenix. And those projects were wildly successful. So in a minute, I'll explain to you why we're confident that this one will be too. Not setting aside that I've done a lot of these. I've never seen 3 different consultants look at a project. So we had Hunden look at it because we didn't want to come to you as a city without being comfortable that this was feasible and would work. You then had Baker Tilly look at it. The state had PGAV look at it. As Kevin said a minute ago, there'll be another consultant look at it before you sell the bonds. I don't know if any projects had 4 different looks, and they're all consistently coming up with the same outcome and the same results. We think it's conservative, and I'll explain what that means in just a minute, and that this will be a very successful project. Here's the maps, and these are critical in terms of the success of this project. You'll see the STAR bonds on the map, and as was mentioned earlier, the Dillons will be called out of this so that you don't take the loss of just relocating a facility. That we were working with the city and with the state on that. The question was answered there. The Community Improvement District excludes the the crossing because it already has a CD on it, so that looks a little bit different. And then the tax increment financing is only the area that would be subject to property tax. The reason why I'm very comfortable giving my life experience in this, and I'll give you the example of the wharf in Washington, D.C. The wharf in Washington, D.C. was done in 2018. I was involved heavily in doing that project. 20 years, it paid off last year. Paid off this year, 3 months ago. 5 years early, 5 years instead of 20 years. Because it was conservative, it looked at the things and made sure everything was reasonable. Anything that happens in these areas during the next 20 years goes to pay that off early. And I believe the numbers are conservative, and the consultants have said that. So I'm confident this is going to be a very successful project. That's going to be important to selling the bonds, getting a good interest rate, and the quicker these pay off, the quicker that money flows to you, all of it, not just the increment going to the project. So there's lots of reasons why we did this way, to make sure this is successful, to make sure it's marketable, and to make sure that you don't have to worry about it not being, the investors don't have to worry about not being paid back. And you're not on the hook for any of this, as was said earlier. On the STAR bonds and the CID is a net new tax you don't collect now. The STAR bonds, you don't backstop them, and I've seen some articles where it said, well, you'll have to step in if they fail. No, I've done a lot of these. You don't step in. Investors take the risk, but this project has the developer that did the airport in Kansas City, and you can see how successful that is. We have some of the top people involved in this project. It's been looked at. It's got thought process strategically in how to pay it off, so I'm very comfortable this is going to market very, very well. So the city agreement, so we spent a lot of time together, Craig and I and his team, and I want to tell you, they definitely represented your interest in that. We had some pretty long discussions. The issues that you're concerned about, affordable housing, the stormwater project, transportation, the taxes, all those things, we had some very significant discussions about. And all that, we tried to negotiate something that makes this a project that both sides can be successful and can be proud of. So as a result of this project, there's going to be a funding source, being the TIFs, to help fund the Jayhawk Watershed Project, which is really, really important for the community and for the city and for the university. Affordable housing support. We are currently looking at land that we in endowment hold to look at generating $4 million of proceeds that can be used for affordable housing. But for this project, that would not be something we would be partnered on, most likely. University housing initiatives, we've had lots of discussions, and I and Heather Blank, who's a project manager, have lots of discussion with our housing office about the need for an off-campus housing program, and Craig and some of the, Commissioner Sellers and others were at Town and Gowns, where there was lots of presentations about the university housing offices. We're looking at those, learning from those, and working to support and put that in place to help our students. And this is important not just because you're asking about it. It's important to us as well because we are in a major recruiting challenge with less and less high school graduates coming into college. So we got to make sure we have quality housing they can go to, a quality university they can go to, a place where they see an experience like the Gateway Project. And if they can't live on campus, we need to make sure they have a good experience off campus. So this is in all of our interest to make sure that that office works, and we're committed to taking some steps to put that in place. And again, active participation in housing studies and good faith efforts to try to find findings. We're not only looking at this project to provide housing, we're looking at how we're going to deploy our $100 million of authority we have to build some of the more affordable housing, something that maybe is less expensive than this option. And one thing I'm not sure people understand, we have the most variety of housing options for our students of any university in Kansas, any of the other 5 universities. We have scholarship halls, which are under $4,000 for a semester to $13,000 for the highest end. So we have a wide range of product that students come here. And we want to continue to do that because that's an important recruiting tool, because college is not cheap to go to. And so it's not only this project, it's other projects that we're going to be looking at as part of this. Transportation collaboration, one thing we heard from talking to the business community is how are you going to get people from there down here to Mass Street to frequent the restaurants and bring the business here. We're going to be working with our hotel developer partner and with the downtown community we'll continue those discussions of how do we move people back and forth. Because if I have a 500-person conference coming to the conference center, there's 150 rooms in the hotel, well, they got to stay somewhere else too. And those 500 people are going to be on a break at some point, and they're going to want to go explore. We need to be able to move them around. Because if I go to a site and I have nothing to do or nowhere to go, I'm not coming back. And we want, and this is a direction we've had with OVG, we want them to come now and 3 years later book us already. We want them to book that next conference with us too. We want them to have a great experience in the city of Lawrence, in the university, and in the facility. So that's important for us as well. And then the other thing is ongoing meetings with the neighborhoods. We've had 14 meetings so far. There's another meeting on Thursday. One thing we've put into the agreement is that we would limit the number of large events we would have and the stop time on that. That's one of the challenges with this project is it's not done yet. It's going to have construction going on for 2 years. We're going to have to market it. We're going to have to see what the market is, who can come. And as we figure that out, we'll continue to work with the city of Lawrence, with the neighborhoods, to make sure that we do that in a way as a good neighbor and a good citizens in the community as we do that. But a lot of this is still being developed. This is a brand new project just opening up, and a lot of things we need to figure out. One thing is we're willing to do is limit large events and the time on those, and the rest of it we'll continue to talk about. So that's what we have out here. So again, this is a project that is done in a strategic way to be a major recruiting tool for the university, to be a major economic benefit for the community, to be a multi-purpose facility, not just a football facility that helps us recruit, helps us do the things that we need to do to be successful. We want to preserve and strengthen Lawrence's status as one of the best college towns in the country. And I think this does that. And it's a once in a generation, if not once in a lifetime type of project. And again, the Wharf Project, which was an old fishery area on the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., if you've ever been there, not a place you want to go 10 years ago. That is one of the coolest places you can go now, not unlike this. And that didn't take 20 years, that took 5 years to pay off. I'm not promising that here, but the same concept of designing this and thinking about it is to make it where we know it can be successful. It's not going to be one of those failed types of projects. And there's lots of things so what does this really bring to both of us, KU and the city of Lawrence? By doing this project, we get student housing, we get parking, we get a hotel to complement the conference center to make it work. You get $14.5 million to a stormwater project. You get almost $2 billion statewide in economic development impact that if we can't do all these tools, we can't get the project going. We can get the stadium done. We don't have the resources without even that last 12% to do the public improvements that the developer has to have to put their stuff on top of. If the public improvements aren't there, the developer's not going to be there. So all the economic benefits you get out of this, $4 million for affordable housing, an off-campus student housing office, and all the things that come with this project are why we believe it's really important for both of us to work together on this. And I do want to say, Craig and his team are hard negotiators. They definitely represented your interest in this. We had some pretty intense discussions. It was respectful. It was a pleasure to do that discussion with them. And we both understood, the benefits of this project to both of us and tried to do it in a way, because when you do a project like this and you're taking these votes on this, you want to make sure you're getting what you can get out of this. And I think you guys did a heck of a job of getting everything that we can possibly give. We're going through financial challenges, as you're reading in the paper. They are really, every university in the country is having these challenges. Ours are really to make sure we are paying our faculty and staff properly and doing strategic objectives. And this is a critical piece of our future economic health, this project is. So this puts us in great shape doing this project. And we are putting ourselves in a position where we can compete with any university in the country in spite of all the challenges that we're all facing. So we believe we're putting ourselves into a strategic position financially for this. This project is an element of that for recruiting and everything else. And it's a project that benefits all of us, the state, the city, and the university. So I thank you for your attention on this, and I'll be glad to answer any questions, dispel any myths you may have heard that come with these kind of projects. Again, I've done several of these, and I think this is a really, really good project that we're very proud to bring forward to you.
Mayor, I just wanted to say I did update the agenda with the presentation, so if you're accessing it and refresh, you should be able to access the full presentation now.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions?
I have a couple,
Please.
and they kind of speak to the germaneness of the project, so it doesn't necessarily speaks to the things that we're voting on, but they speak to the context of the project, since you stated so eloquently this evening that it deals with recruitment of students and student housing. So I just wanted to make sure I preface that for parliamentary purposes. My first question is, you had stated that this project keeps you on track to provide access, or at least that the ability to be a recruiting tool for students. And so my question is what does that mean? I mean, 'cause it seems like coded language, and I don't want to assume it's coded language, but I say that as it relates to, you talked about some of the challenges of funding and budgets, and I know recently there's been a change in endowment where a lot of our specifically based and specific named scholarships or funding has gone into need-based. So I don't know if there's anybody here from the university, but I would be curious to know what need-based means, and because I think understanding the definition of need-based and need-based scholarships will give me an idea of student population. So I don't know if you guys can get that tonight. You don't have to, but I would like, if you can, that'd be great. But I would like to know what the university's definition of need-based scholarships, or at least endowment's definition of need-based scholarships for that. You had talked about a wide range of housing options for students, and then you talked about you're expanding your bonding with the Board of Regents. Currently, and you talked a little bit about Skull Halls. Skull Halls are that's a small unit of amount of affordable housing. What are the other affordable housing options that the university currently offers, and are they on track to be expanded, or are they going to go offline?
So we need every piece of housing we have, plus some more. We are going to need to somehow, and this is 440 some beds, about 1,000 beds, even with the enrollment dropping off. We're going to hit our peak this year. We're going to have a new class coming in slightly under 5,000, lower than last year, but still above the graduating class. And we probably have peaked at residential enrollment. And for reasons of demographics and for reasons of housing supply that we have available. So we'll start focusing more on competency-based education for the workforce, for online learning, and we're probably peaked at that level. But some of those units are getting old. So we will need to bring them offline. If we can do it in the summer, we will, but we may have to bring them offline for a short period of time. And we want to keep that mix that's very wide in its range, that from residence halls that are much less expensive than apartments, and we want all that going on. So we'll be looking at bringing some units down, repairing them over the years, and we need a stock to be able to do that, to not put pressure on housing in the community. And so the $100 million that we got authority from the state for would allow us to build approximately, or partner with someone to build a 600-unit residence hall type of facility, which would be a lower price point, more of a dormitory style. I don't think you're supposed to use those terms anymore, but that's for those of you that are old enough to know what those are. It'd be more of the lower cost process rather than the apartments. So these are apartments. We need dorm style in there, or residence hall style. And then we need to maintain all the assets that we have in place, the scholarship halls, all the ones up on the hill. Every place we have, we need to refresh those, because people don't want to, if I got a choice of where I'm going to go, I want to make sure I'm in a nice room with a nice facility. So we're going to be rebuilding, recycling, repairing, maintaining, and to do that, we need more units to do that, even if with enrollment dropping off.
So, for example, Oliver Hall, gone, I assume that that's going to be a site for housing, potentially. I know you have the towers, that's 4 units, so currently only 2 are operational.
Yep.
Is the goal is to replace those, and will they be on with residence hall? Because essentially, what I'm hearing is that affordable campus housing, on-campus housing equals residence halls.
So we have, just to give you the range, the scholarship halls are in the 4,000 to 5,000 range. Ellsworth is in the 7,000 range. Stouffer's in the 13,000 range. We need to be replacing those Ellsworth type of facilities so that we have the right price point, because we want a diverse class. We want people from all income levels. It's going to your question about need-based aid. One of the key recruiting tools is you need to have need-based aid to provide that diverse and that of income and every other way you want to look at it. Need-based aid is something we're asking the state to help on as part of our budget request with the Board of Regents. That is a key recruiting tool for bringing people from out of state in, and for making opportunities for people who live in Kansas to go to school. And so when you're on need-based aid, you're not probably going to get in a $13,000 per year or $13,000 per year apartment. You're going to be more likely looking at a residence.
Right. I lived in Ellsworth when I went to KU, so
Yeah.
Templin and Lewis weren't even an option for me, so thank you for that. In regards to the project, you alluded to that the roughly 400-plus units within the Gateway project are in fact student housing, or is that just open housing?
That'd be apartment-style housing that we will be focusing for students with the developer. Yeah.
So it's apartment-style housing with a heavy interest for students to live there,
Yes.
but you won't turn away workforce adults?
I think that is all we need. We need 1,000 units, so we'll probably fill it up. I mean, we need to
Well, I
find
can't live
1,000
there.
spaces. So, but yes,
I can't live there.
that we'll have to negotiate that out.
No. We're not going to do that, because I don't need to be dragged by any of the groups or papers here, so I'll take what you say as
Yeah, it's meant to be
as
first.
what it is. Okay. And I know this is outside of your controls, but I think it kind of goes to the bigger piece on just talking, well, that's comment, but it's just about the jobs and living wages piece, with some of the jobs coming online. So I know we've gone back and forth about that, so I won't belabor that piece with you. Just question about the off-campus housing office. I know in the agreement, there's 24 months to get that online, and I know that there are some mechanisms, and I know that housing has some of the platform, has the platform that can bring that online. So why 24 months?
I think that was in case something, that's the long end. We plan to do that quicker than that. So
Okay.
we can bring up, and I think you probably saw these things at the conference that was there, bring up the website, bring a person on board dedicated to that. We got College Pad already activated, all those types of things. So we're going to move on that, hopefully well before 2 years. That's more of a giving us time in case something goes wrong.
Potential buffer. I get it. I think that's all for now. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Anybody else have
I got
questions?
one.
Please.
Piggybacking on the off-campus housing office, is that going to be an actual physical location off campus?
I don't know the answer to that. I think that's being developed. We have a plan from our housing director that lays out bringing a person on board, how to get in contact and be partners with the community. I don't know that we would have an off-campus office. We have space for that on campus, and it's not that hard to get out, but I think we're open to anything on that as we develop it.
Okay, thank you.
Good question.
Mayor, I had a question regarding the neighborhood ongoing dialogue. Do you guys have a point person or a group specified for neighborhoods to go ahead and have that conversation with, ongoing conversation with?
Yes, there's been 14 meetings. Heather Blank and Julie Murray in particular have been at those meetings, and we've again, 14 of them. We have one scheduled for Thursday, and there's point people that we've been discussing those with. I assume some of them are probably here.
Oh, I'm aware of the ones in the past. I'm talking about in the future, because this is going to be a project that's going to be around for a long time.
You know, Kurt Goodman's here as well. Kurt, if you want to stand up, he's the He's a general manager for the stadium, and he is on Explore DC's board.
Explore
Explore
Lawrence.
Lawrence, I'm sorry. I'm flashing back.
We're big, but we're not that big.
Explore Lawrence, that's my bad.
I don't want to be in
Have a
DC
flashback.
right now either. So don't.
Explore Lawrence.
Don't
He's on the
project that on
Explore
us.
Lawrence board. He's going to be a contact with the community,
Okay.
as well as Heather Blank is assigned to this project as long as she's willing to stay at KU. She's managing that. So these are two of our key contacts that will have any discussions the neighborhood needs to have about, this is a new stadium with a new sound system. There's going to be construction going on for 2 years. We're going to be experimenting. Not everything's going to go perfect. It just isn't. I've never seen one of these go perfectly, and I've been involved in more than one stadium. And we're going to need to stay in contact with Craig when neighborhood issues come up or you bring up issues. And we're going to just have to keep talking and try to work these things out. We need this asset to work for the benefit of the economic benefit of the community, but it needs to work in a way that isn't obnoxious. And so that's just something we're going to learn as we go, and we'll have that dialogue.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm good. I'm glad to hear that you have point people designated for that.
Just to follow up on that, would those be the same 2 point people that downtown businesses and hoteliers would talk
Yes.
to about the transportation, which I know is a key issue?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Full time, that's all they do.
And the other one, just on the timing issue, and you mentioned this briefly, but some questions I have. I mean, the minimum improvements you have until August 31st of 2026. I know you don't plan to wait that long on the stadium. What's the phasing of that? Stadium first?
So
Parking
the
second?
stadium the stadium would go down at the end of this football season by the end of the year. So you take that whole east side down, you begin the process of building that back up. And you got to take it down to build the parking pad, because that parking pad is where the stadium is now. It's going to move in. So you'll take the stadium down, you'll begin building that in phases. You'll be doing the parking pad. When the parking pad and the stadium are done, and while that's going on, the hotel can get built because it's not on the pad. And then when the pad's done, then the apartments can go on top of it. So that's kind of the phasing. Stadium down, stadium up, parking pad up, hotel, apartments. And we are in meetings weekly right now with the developer because we're still designing, right? You're still designing what the stadium looks like, how many suites you have, what's going to work, where exactly does the hotel go. In the last month, the new design of the hotel actually connects to the conference center. When we met with you in May, it was going to be a separate building. You'd walk outside. Well, now the door outside the hotel will open into the breezeway of the conference center. So if I have a wedding in the hotel, I'm staying in the hotel, I just walk right through the door. I'm in the conference center for receptions. These things are evolving. This is a complex project. And it's being designed, and we're going to go, assuming we get approval, we're going to go full bore tomorrow and get this thing under construction by the end of the year.
That's an interesting improvement. I mean, obviously, the conference center is a big part of this for the city. And
That it's
so
connected is really cool.
Connected is
I'm
a-
just going to say that out loud.
Is the parking, just out of curiosity, is the parking deck, it's connected to the stadium? So if you're parking there, you're walking right into the stadium?
Yeah, so the current design is there's one level of there's 2 levels of parking. It's for housing and for the hotel and for the game, and it will connect into, it will be right next to the stadium, and there'll be, in the current design, food and beverage out on the plaza, part of the stadium, and the parking is all together. So yeah, it's going to be,
So I thought, yeah.
it's a really cool design that's coming out of this that we're still working through to integrate it all together.
So with the parking, at one point, they were talking about doing underground. That's no
It's
longer-
sort of underground. It's on top of the current parking lot, 2 levels with an apartment on top of it. So it's above ground, underground. We're not digging down, we're putting it on top of it, but it's two levels. That's going to be a structure to put an apartment on top of it.
Okay.
Like a bermed area that you're going to build around it and then build into it?
You're out of my league now.
Well, I mean, I picture if you're standing on Mississippi, you're looking down at the parking lot.
Yeah.
That's where we're putting it, so the apartments will be closer level to Mississippi.
That sounds right.
Yeah, so,
Can you speak to the conference numbers again. I know you mentioned it in your last presentation, but there's been some comments about whether or not this is even a useful conference center, or whether or not we're able to actually generate any revenue from the current existing site, and/or whether or not there's enough or a large number of conferences that would even come here. So can you touch on that? What kind of agreements you have in place as far as memorandums of understanding or something along those lines, please?
One of the things Oakview Group has told us is you need a Marriott quality hotel for the kind of conferences they want to bring here from out of state in particular. And so the first one that's getting booked it's a small one. It's a 150-person engineering conference. Kurt told me about it this morning. 150 people would, in theory, fill up a hotel if they're out of state. It's a engineering type of conference. And then, for the first 2 years, there's going to be construction. We're going to be rebuilding the stadium, building the plaza. People don't always want to come to conferences while construction is going on. That maybe they will. They're going to have their hands full booking that. So once that's done, then it's full-blown marketing. And so having been involved in doing conferences myself over my career, when you're looking at a place, you want to know that hotel's going to be there. You're going to want to know that amenities are going to be there. So once this thing the bonds get sold and designs get going, people then are comfortable booking something 2 or 3 years out. And you book conferences, you don't book a conference today for next week, you book one for 3 years from now. So the benefit of this, the 150 to 500 person conferences that are going to be coming to that conference center, is really going to get realized when this thing becomes real to people booking conferences. And then that is going to be their job, and we're going to hold them accountable to it, to bring those events in that bring all this economic development benefit you have. But it's going to take a little time because we're going to be in construction a couple of years, and then it's going to take off. And that's all reflected in the forecast and all the numbers. Mm-hmm.
So the first couple of years while you're under construction, how many events do you propose or expect to be able to hold there while this happens?
I'm going to look at Kurt.
I would guess in the 100 to 150 range, or on the social side.
The people. I'm just saying, what's the quantity of conferences? If you want to step up so everyone can hear, that'd be great, yeah.
It's going to be more social, more local in the first 2 years. The people coming from out of state are going to want to see the project. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're anticipating, anywhere between 100 150 events annually in the conference center itself, and the response we've gotten so far has been extremely strong. A lot of social kind of events who don't need the out-of-town folks coming in, but everyone we brought into the conference center has been blown away by it so far, and we're already talking about statewide regional conferences into 26 and 27 already.
So the hotel would then add to the value.
Correct.
And change.
That's when we can bring the numbers up a lot higher, when there's actually a base hotel that the conferences can work out of.
Okay, so the number of people as well coming.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
Thank you.
You got it.
So I brought him, so.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have just, these are mostly for probably Kevin or even Rochelle. In the contract, in regards to taxing, we have the TGT piece in there. And I know that we are due to have a conversation around TGT. So in the agreement, it's right now at 6%. If we were to address and vote on increasing that TGT, how does that difference impact? Do we keep that, or will that then be sucked into the STAR bond discussion?
The agreement says you keep it. I can answer that question.
I was asking Rochelle. Thank you. Thank you, but I was asking my financial person, but thank you.
Take that out.
So right now, the way we have this structured, that any increase the city would be allowed to keep. And as Gilmore and Bell has pointed out in numerous phases of this, if that does take state approval, and it would be conditioned on them approving us keeping that increment.
Okay. So although it does state in the agreement, according to university representation, that we get to keep it, that's still based on state approval?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And we would lobby on your behalf if that helps.
I bet you would. It wouldn't be nothing but expected.
Rochelle, is there any requirements that the state has on allowing us to keep those funds, those extra funds? And why would they turn it down, I guess?
Yeah, Commissioner, the state approves at several periods of the STAR bond approval process. One of them is approval of the plan, which dedicates revenues to repay the STAR bonds. And as was depicted, most of the repayment source for STAR bonds is the state sales tax. And so as a condition to the state providing all of its sales tax in that manner, the shorthand way to say it is the state usually requires the city to also be all in and contribute everything possible, which often includes your transient guest tax as well.
So the increase, is that would be part of that?
It could be that the State Department of Commerce needs to render an approval letter of the plan, and embedded in that would be its direction on what occurs with that TGT incremental increase.
Okay, thank you.
Interesting. Okay. Any other questions right now? I think that'll do for now. Thank you very much. So today we have 3 separate public hearings we need to conduct, and each one of them is related to the individual funding mechanism associated with it. So we're going to conduct 3 separate public hearings. The first one's going to be on the STAR bond plan. The second one's going to be on the TIF project plan, and the third will be relative to the CID and the CID sales tax. So I can start with the first public hearing. I'd like to open the public hearing for the STAR bond district at this time.
Good evening. My name's Ron Gacious, and I'm from zip code 66047 on the west side of town. I'm here because I'm concerned about this agreement. My concern is that you might not pass it, and I want you to. When I first heard that this project was proposed as a STAR bond project, it put a huge grin on my face, because I cannot imagine another circumstance, certainly not one in the 28 years I've lived in Lawrence, where the state is offering to put up $40 million to support a major economic development project in our community. Right smack dab in the middle of our community, right smack dab next door to our single largest employer. We are economically connected at the hip with the University of Kansas. For nearly 3 decades, I've heard civic leaders complain about the lack of town-gown cooperation in this community. And I have to say, a few years ago, I agreed with them. You can't say that anymore. We've got the most civic-minded chancellor, the most civic-minded and engaged athletic department that we've had in any time that I've been in this community, or any time I've ever heard of in this community. And you've got your largest, most important economic development partner approaching you with a project that's larger than you've ever had. And the things that they're asking for are absolutely no different than any other private developer would ask for. There's nothing extra here except the STAR bond project, which brings in state sales tax revenue to reimburse you for investments in the infrastructure. That just makes no sense to me why you wouldn't want to support this funding mechanism. A couple of other observations that are a little bit more generic to the project, and I'll only testify once. The economics and the details will be left up to people much smarter than I. Let's talk about the politics of this project. A few years ago, Rock Chalk was the biggest project to come along. And there were opponents all over the place. And it was, pretty chaotic election cycle after that. Bob Shum, who championed that project, got beat. A decade later, 12 years later, Bob enters the political race to come back to the commission. He's the runaway winner in the primary. The folks that were strongest opposed to this project, the folks that opposed incentives and abatements exclusively, they all got beat. I encourage your support for this proposal. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eric Hyde, and 66046. Hello, everybody. I was just slandered in front of your face. I support this project. And I got last place, sir.
Hey, Eric, can you keep this to the Starbucks?
Okay, I just don't like being
I
slandered.
appreciate that. I
Okay,
appreciate
I'll
that.
calm
Thank you
down.
very much.
All right, I support this project, and I know what it is lacking. It's just something very simple. Okay, let me start like this. I got these tattoos for a reason. From ashes to immortality. That is the motto of Lawrence, Kansas. Through hardships to the stars. It's a translation of the motto of Kansas. The motto of KU. Engrave that on the Gateway Project Stadium. It's Exodus 3:3. It goes, well, I don't know how to speak Latin fluently, but the translation is, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt. So, I just want you to know that I support this project, but so let's talk about God a little bit, because there's going to be some immorality from this project. There's going to be a lot of drunk students around town. There's going to be a lot of drunk, criminal, rich people around town. But you know what? We're all bad people, and we're all good people at the same time. We just need to be better morals. We just need to always be better. But you need to engrave on that stadium the motto of KU before KU changes it, because they will change it, because I'm talking about it. You engrave that motto on the Gateway Project so people at least know that KU stands for God, even though there's a bunch of frickin' atheists up there. And that's why I quit last spring, and I got a full refund. Because the philosophy department is fucking mega, sorry, I'm so sorry for that language. Philosophy department is mega atheists. And I tried to challenge them. I said, hey, all these philosophers we're studying, they all believe in God. They take academic freedom to mean freedom to be academically dishonest. It's not true. So I'm kind of done hearing all the problems with it. There's going to be problems with any construction project. You got to figure it out. Duh. Not you, I'm talking to the city. Sorry, but you can hear it, commissioners. So anyway, it's going to be great. Just glorify God in it. At least engrave the motto of KU on the stadium. And that's that. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Patrick Ross, 66049. First commentator can rest easy because this project will pass. This is a Desmond Briscoe jersey. He put up amazing numbers at the University of Kansas for the football team. I grew up and played NCAA football so much that my fingers stopped working when I was young. I went to KU basketball camps for Roy Williams and Bill Self, born and raised here. So I figured I'd give it a go on my take on this issue. Since we're considering the Star Bond, let's talk about the whole district that it includes, which is all of the university. As of March 7, 2023, in the Topeka Capital Journal, the University of Kansas had 69 mission-critical buildings with a renewal cost of $184 million, and the KU Medical Center has 50 at a cost of $160 million. And this summer, Kansas University Chancellor Doug Girod received a 12% salary increase. The Regents Chairman Carl Ice said, quote, "Leaders matter. Leaders set visions that are compelling. They help support and unlock people to bring their unique talents towards those visions." Ice would go on to add that raises are crucial to help universities attract and retain talent. The backdrop to the Chancellor's raise is that in the very same week he received his raise, he simultaneously disallowed all raises to university teachers and cut their operational budget by 6.5%. So I would go back and correct Regent Chairman Carl Ice's words and say that teachers matter. Teachers set visions that are compelling. They help support and unlock people to bring their unique talents towards those visions. And that raises are crucial to help universities attract and retain teachers. And I think it's important that we speak to the educational system that the University of Kansas offers, because we rarely hear of any large ventures in the educational sector for the university. That's what the university's main and primary goal is, and I know it's in vogue in today's day and age to only care about athletics and money. But I think if you want to retain students to your university, I think we should put a long and good effort into what kind of educational system we're offering here. And all of those buildings that I previously mentioned, they're all collapsing. They're all needing repair. They're in disarray. The teachers want that to be improved. And I might also add that the teachers voted to form a union last year in April. They voted overwhelmingly to form a union, and that the university has dragged its feet over the last year, and they have not engaged in any meaningful way to help those teachers achieve that union. So we can speak to budgetary difficulties, but the endowment has plenty of money. The teachers are asking for a more perfect union. And I think first and foremost, before we engage in $500 million infrastructures to sports, we should care about our students and our teachers. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Daniel Lowing, resident, KU grad, 1974. There's some components here that are missing, like the students. When the first meeting happened in this whole thing, it were 2 days left of classes, and then the finals were there. And guess what? Now we're coming to a vote tonight, and where are the students? Oh, they show up Monday. These meetings have been planned deliberately to exclude the students. They have had no voice in this at all. Shame on everyone. There's a problem with the community being informed about what's going to happen to their neighborhood. I'm hearing about we're going to have a hotel here, we're going to have a convention there, weddings there, and this and that. But what about the neighborhood that it's going to destroy? And this gentleman who's running again for office, he was down on Indiana Street last week campaigning. And what's the noise and the chaos going to be like in the neighborhood that you were looking for votes in? There's an article that I had put with the city clerk, and there are complaints from this committee, the neighborhood input, that is not completed yet. Heather, I'm taking down notes, they've already supposedly had 14 meetings, and I am sure that every minute has been videoed, full copy and audio, because if promises are made, promises must be kept. But if there is no documentation of all these community meetings, you're wasting your time, because there's no record of it. Heather, do you have video and audio recordings of this?
Daniel,
no, you do not.
Daniel, can you
no,
direct
they
your
don't.
comments to us, please?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well,
to us, but just...
nobody's going to answer. That's what's going on here. This is it. Tonight's the night. And anybody that wants to say anything, we've got 3 minutes to do it in, and none of you are going to come back and voice our opinions. There should be a break put right into this thing. Actually, this vote should be delayed. This vote should be delayed, and it should be tabled for at least a week, or if not till next month, because I'm seeing reports in newspapers, ladies that are specifically a Katie Nitcher and a Pat Perry, who said this process with the neighborhood is not done yet, and they have had requests to the university, and it states here, KU did not respond to questions. The first time when I came up here back in May, the same thing was there. KU did not respond. I spoke to Mr. DeWitt, he said that was all lies. So I'm assuming that the report that just appeared in the Lawrence Times is all a lie too. Thank you.
Daniel.
No records.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kim Onspach, Executive Director of Explore Lawrence. Thank you for this time that I can share Explore Lawrence's perspective on this project. Our staff and board have been in close communication with the project leaders at KU to stay informed of the plans, the timeline, the potential impacts on Lawrence's hospitality sector. We've been very impressed with their responsiveness, transparency, and their willingness to work with us as true partners. We are especially excited about the new conference center. Lawrence has needed a venue capable of hosting larger conferences for years, and attaching it to the new stadium creates something truly unique in our region. This will be a powerful draw for meeting planners and visitors, and we believe it will be especially effective in driving that weekday business that Lawrence has been craving. We are generally supportive of the hotel, and we do recognize that 6% transient guest tax will be remitted to bond payment, but we are very excited about the clause that's been added that any future increase in the transient guest tax collections, if approved by the state, would also be remitted to the city. Connectivity has been mentioned a lot, and we do believe that is key to the success of this project after phase 1 and during phase 2, and we are also encouraged by the discussion of the shuttle service to downtown and hotels and other attractions. The Gateway project does represent a transformative opportunity for our visitor economy. If we connect meaningfully to the rest of Lawrence and preserve our character. We believe that this can leave a lasting legacy that benefits residents and strengthens our hospitality sector and leaves visitors wanting to come back. The bottom line right now is simple. We need more people coming to Lawrence. Whether they arrive for a conference or a weekend getaway, they'll need places to stay, things to do, and a way to experience all that makes Lawrence unmistakable. So we do ask you to support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Kim.
Mayor, could we have that podium lowered? I can't see.
I'm sorry about that. Brandon, can you just lower that for me? Thank you. It's okay.
Tall people.
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
Okay, Pat Peary, president of the University Heights Neighborhood Association, and a member of the Community Advisory Committee under the Cooperation Agreement. I think you all know what the Cooperation Agreement is by now. I have participated in, I think, every one of the meetings that have occurred from the Community Advisory Committee, as well as the kind of informal dialogue that's been going on had been led by Heather Blank and the team from KU and certain members of the committee in coffee meetings for the last several months, and we've had a lot of dialogue and a lot of communication. I just want to clear up some of the misinterpretations that some of the members of the community have had about that. There's been a lot of that. But my comment that was repeated, I guess, in one of the newspapers had to do with the fact that the cooperation agreement was not, the process outlined in the cooperation agreement had not been completed. It was well along, but it never resulted in a written report with dissenting views that was presented to the provost. And we never had a chance to compile it. We never had a chance to, first of all, determine if there was a consensus. And we never had a chance to write a report with dissenting views and present it up the chain. And so that process ended before we got to that point. And then this process started, which is fine. I sent a letter, it's in your packet, with 3 specific things that I wanted to bring out as concerns. The first one is, but by the way, the city manager's report does mention prosperity and economic security, I think, has a strategic plan that's met by this goal, or the pillar of the strategic plan. I also want to bring out the pillar of strong and welcoming neighborhoods. And I happen to represent one of those strong and welcoming neighborhoods, in fact, that's most impacted by this project. So I'm fiercely attuned to that, and I'm a fierce advocate for that and a defender of our strong and welcoming neighborhood. So there are 3 things that I think I still have a concern about. One is the parking that's being provided with all the intensity of uses and the parking that's being provided. I don't think the number of parking spaces in the plan is adequate to take care of the already overcapacity that we have on the North Campus. The university officials have told us that they committed to adding parking on the Sunflower Apartments site, which helps address that. And I know this is the first of 3 public hearings, so I'll come back with comments on the other 2.
That's perfect. Starbond questions? Comments, I should say?
Good evening, Commissioners. Marcy Francisco, 1101 Ohio. I had asked earlier in the discussion of this project for the sales tax revenue previously generated through sales of tickets and concessions at the KU football stadium to be acknowledged. It may be that KU, as you heard this evening, generated other sales, but those would be in addition, not in replacement of that football revenue. The Starbond feasibility study estimates that there will be some $20 million annually in sales and merchandise related to 7 NCAA football games. The public has a right to be informed of the revenues that were collected in 2023 that, if not for construction, would otherwise been part of the city revenues annually until these bonds are paid off. Property owners rightfully are concerned about increasing taxes, property taxes in our community, and I think you have a responsibility to ensure that these payments that are made through the Starbonds represent additional, not previously collected sales taxes. So I'm asking if you would consider changes to the district boundaries to exclude other sales tax revenue so that the overall sales tax increases used for the project truly represent the amount of increased tax revenue rather than including previous taxes that would now be diverted. And we're hearing that it may not be a sizable amount, but it's an amount that does represent what otherwise would be property tax increases throughout the community. Thank you.
Could you?
It's another meeting.
It might be working.
Keep it
Like I just left the building. Hey, sorry.
Good evening, Katie Nitzer. I live in Old West Lawrence and I'm just an interested neighbor. I no longer am a representative of our neighborhood association. Just a quick comment about the number of meetings we have had. The first CAC meeting was, I believe, December the 8th of 2023. So the idea of 14 meetings might sound like a lot, but it's been a long, weary road. I do thank KU and all the people who have shared the time with us and the information, but some of those meetings have just been status update, and there's not much to report. I hope you've had time to read my letter. I just have a few additional comments I wanted to add regarding the concerts. One is that Oakview Group has a stable of talent, several bands that travel around through their venues. I'm concerned about the number of smaller concerts, not just the 30,000 plus, but those under 30,000. I think those should be limited too. They will have the same noise, light, and traffic. The bands bring their own sound systems. It won't be through the KU sound system, is my understanding. And so I'm wondering if Oakview Group or KU could contractually require those bands to limit the decibels, which would help with the noise. Finally, regarding the size of Phase 2, I'm not in favor of the whole enchilada. Sometimes a taco is enough. I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Hi, I'm Kyle Thompson. I'm the chairperson of the Ori Residents Association. My wife and I have lived and raised our two sons at 11th and Tennessee over the last 37 years. We're used to a lot of noise. We're used to football games. We're used to lots of things. And I would echo what Pat said earlier about the CAC meetings and the incompletion of that process. My residents' concerns are, of course, traffic and parking and the noise, and the concerts especially concern me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Rick Renfro, 401 North 2nd, 66044. Yeah. I am really, the first speaker kind of stole my thunder because it's all about everybody working together and having the city and the county and the university and private developers all figure all this, many working parts. And I mean, it's a complicated project. I think they're trying to address all the concerns. It sounds like everybody's making an effort to do that. I don't think any of this stuff that we've seen now is going to be exactly how this is going to end up, because there's going to be things that come up and change. And if the same cooperation was shown to put this project together, to finish it off and do it, I think it'd be fantastic. As a business owner in town, I love the idea of it. I think it will help my business, and I'll collect more sales tax. As a KU supporter, I'm all for it. Not so much for the football, but just the whole KU thing and making sure that we keep the students coming here. And as a member of the city, to me, it adds another jewel to the crown of, you know, Massachusetts Street and all the Midwest ethics and the unmistakably Lawrence stuff that we had. So I'm a strong supporter of this, and I think all the questions that you guys asked have been kind of answered, and I'm sure those are the same questions I'm getting. What about this? But by and large, I think that these guys did a great job of negotiating and twisting arms and making sure that we got as good a deal as we could get out of this. And so I think I would recommend that you support all three. I'm not going to say the same thing on each one, because I think it's all a package deal. So thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Good evening. I too am a little confused by the three hearings, and so I'll just provide testimony once. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, staff. My name is Bonnie Lowe. I'm the President and CEO of the Lawrence Chamber of Commerce, and thank you all for your tireless work on behalf of our community. It does not go unnoticed. Our chamber submitted a letter of support, and I want to echo those comments. And also note that this is a historical event with us this evening. You've had great comments by Ron Gacious and Rick Renfro and others. I'm not as eloquent as them, but I appreciate their comments and support what they've said. As Lawrence is such a progressive community, primed for growth, it's a bit surprising this is the first time Lawrence and Douglas County has been presented with a Star Bond project. There have been several projects, particularly in Wichita and to the east, that have been successful, but this is the first one in Lawrence and Douglas County. It's time, we feel, as our organization, that we use these tools and the other tools available to us through the community of Lawrence that will benefit all of us for decades to come. Congratulations to those who have worked tirelessly, the University of Kansas, with the state, and with our community. This is a great example of partnership, and I am proud of all of you. Thank you for your work. We support this project.
Thank you, Bonnie.
John Ems, 66049. I have
not going to talk to any of the finances, but I don't know where else to put this comment. A lot has been said. I've previously heard KU's presentation. A lot has been said about how we're going to, as a city, going to benefit from the visitors to KU, the people in the hotel. They're going to go downtown, spend their money, go to the businesses and enjoy what's down there. I spend a lot of time downtown. I also spend a lot of time walking my neighborhoods, especially during elections. There's a lot of our own residents that are afraid to take their kids to the library because we have a lot of troubled people downtown. Some of them homeless, some of them just with other problems, but they tend to be on the street. And there's a sense of not being safe among our own community members. And I think you all need to think about the visitors who come to Lawrence or are anticipated to come to Lawrence. And there's going to be an issue there, I think, if people aren't comfortable doing their business downtown. They're not going to want to, as was said by KU folks, they're not going to want to just stay in the hotel. So I don't know what the plan is to address some of the experiences you can have downtown, but if we have folks that are afraid to go on our own community, I think we need to have a plan and pay attention to that. Thank you.
John.
I wasn't going to speak on this one, but I have to reply to what was just said in here. I am so sick of fear-mongering about people that live on our streets. I have been out on the streets, and I've watched the homeless people get criminalized for nothing. So in the conversation about your tax debate here and about your TIF funding, you have people trying to blame the homeless for their own problems. I'm sick of that. And if you can't handle an individual walking by you on the street, how the hell are you going to handle the kind of people that are going to show up here? There's going to be 30, 40,000 people in town. Shut up. It's my time. Mayor?
Please don't interrupt the speaker. Thank you.
How are you going to handle the 20 or 30,000 people here if you can't handle a homeless person walking by you on the street? I'm done. That was absurd.
Okay, any other further comment on the STAR bond in the room? Okay. Sherry, anybody want to speak to the STAR bond project plan layout online?
Yes, we do have a few, and I'm getting them moved over.
Very good, thank you.
John Latham. John Latham, you can go ahead and unmute and provide your comments.
One more try.
Blaine?
Hello.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, my name is Blaine Carver-Almond. I'm the current president of Downtown Lawrence, Inc. I just wanted to comment today that Downtown Lawrence, Inc. is interested in supporting this project. KU has been very forthcoming with us about committing to connecting to downtown through improvements to the 9th Street corridor and to transportation options from the Gateway project to downtown. We feel like this would be a good and big benefit for the downtown businesses and look forward to supporting this in the future. Thank you very much.
Explain.
That's all the comments. I did message the previous speaker. They can obviously speak on
John Latham, you mean? Okay, very good.
back end, so.
Okay, well then, I think that's in, we'll go ahead and close this public hearing on the STAR bond project plan.
No, Mr. Latham still wants to speak. There's a problem with being able to see the mute button.
Thank you. I'm going to appreciate you just let me run the meeting. Thank you very much. Go ahead and wait for one more minute here, Sherry. Do you have them online or are we good?
Yeah, I messaged him to raise his hand if he would like to provide comments, and he has not done so.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and open up the second public hearing, which Mr. Leatham can go ahead and comment on, because I'm sure all these topics are overlapping. We're going to go ahead and open the public hearing related to the TIF project plan in today's agenda. Any public comments on the TIF project plan in the room? There you go, Pat.
All right, further to my last, on the parking, the Sunflower Apartments, the university has at least committed to us verbally that they plan to put parking where the Sunflower Apartments on. I did not see that in the project plan. I just want to, if that doesn't make it into the Starbond project plan, I would like some sort of assurance, or maybe you could oversee that we do get assurance that parking actually be installed to service the conference center. That was going to be the conference center parking. Point number 2 is the traffic calming and mitigation in the local streets in the surrounding neighborhoods, particularly on the west of campus neighborhoods. As part of the committee process I've mentioned before, we did the university sponsored a parking study. We had the results of that parking study. It showed a number of streets in the surrounding area are already overburdened and exceed the threshold for traffic calming measures. We have a joint application with West Hills before the city's MSO department that's been pending for quite a while. We've been identified as the highest priority for the neighborhood traffic management program, yet it's just stuck. We can't get MSO department to get that initiated so we could get going with the traffic calming measures. And I also see that there's funds in the TIF plan, TIF infrastructure for traffic measures. Hopefully some of that money, that $14.5 million, will be set aside to go into the traffic management plan. And that's my point number 2, and I might not need to stick around for the third public hearing. The subject of outdoor music concerts was one that we've talked with Heather and Paul and their team about. We not happy with the idea of there being large outdoor music concerts in the football stadium, but it's economic development activity, okay, we understand it. We don't necessarily need to like it, but we asked the university, could they at least set a limit that they won't exceed for the number of those concerts, and they came up with the suggestion of 8 concerts per year with attendance of 30,000. I still think that's too many, but at least they offered a limit, so I credit them for that. But then they put 5-year limitation on the limit. I mean, it expires at the end of 5 years, and I just don't think that that's right, that stadium have the potential to be used to be a major concert venue where the number of concerts would well exceed the number of football games. And you know what's going to happen with the traffic from multi-state, out-of-state, continually coming to that location for concerts. Again, I want to defend our strong and welcoming neighborhood. I don't see that that's consistent with that strategy. That's my third comment. Thank you for your attention. I look forward, by the way, I look forward on Thursday continuing on with the meetings with the group that's been formed.
Appreciate you. Daniel?
I'd like to explain what just happened there, okay? John Latham has been diabetic for over 30 years. So there is a problem within your system here because he is blind in one eye and he gets steroid shots in the other at the University of Kansas Medical Center in Prairie Village. And so he was silenced, and I called him on the phone because I didn't know he was going to do this. And he told me, he said, there is a mute button that he cannot make out exactly where it's at on your screen. So evidently your system does not partake or include people that are sight impaired. Does it?
I'd have to look into the accessibility of the platform.
There's a segment of the population then that's being left out, that if their sight is impaired, if they're blind, they can't even respond if they can't see the screen. So, I mean, I'm just seeing this as a problem here right now.
Okay.
That, I mean, people can't follow through. And so, I mean, is he allowed to have another shot at this? I can call him on the phone.
Yeah, he's going to come back in, I think.
Okay, he can come back in. And he has to raise his hand.
He's ready
and
just to
then
raise his hand. That's
whatever.
right.
Very good.
Thank you very much, Daniel.
Hi, my name is Kincaid Dennett. I live in the Oriad neighborhood, 66044. I just wanted to quickly say it looks like a big table with a big decision being made today. Anytime there is a big table with a big decision being made, I think we need to ask ourselves who's not here. I think there are stakeholders that can't be in this room right now. The commenter before me just mentioned literally someone who couldn't, good thing we're having 3 of these back to back so we can get him in at least. But I do think that there are people in that neighborhood who physically aren't in Lawrence right now, among other ways that people's voices haven't been heard quite yet. So I think this is a big thing that will impact our community right down the street from me for a long time. And I would like for y'all to take your time with this. I think that that's something that this commission can do moving forward to kind of start to rebuild and build up some trust proactively. If people say they aren't being heard, I think we should take a beat and see who else we can get here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
When the person that was muted comes in, would you please have staff unmute him? He can't see the mute button.
Sure, thank you.
Hi, my name is Mazzy, 66044. Live right in the neighborhood. Anytime there's a football game, I can hear it sitting in my room. As a student, staff member, person that lives I can see everything, see the whole campus from my bed. Spend a lot of money on campus, spend a lot of money off campus. I go to a lot of live music in town. I'm at most venues throughout the city, and I just keep coming back to this whole thing is grotesque. It's a monument to KU's love of debt and building and shiny. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that while it's okay for KU to do those things, it's strange to bring it to the city to ask them to, pay or help or contribute to KU's own monument to itself. They can say it's for the city, they can say it's for recruitment, but those students are going to come here and they're not going to be able to afford to live here. They're not going to be able to afford to park there. They're not going to be able to work at KU and afford to go do stuff there. As for concert venues, they say that does stuff for the city, but the city's music scene is already vibrant. The venues are lovely, large, very popular artists come and perform in Lawrence already. I don't think it's necessary. I think, and for them to wield it as though it is necessary for the city's development, for the city's prosperity, this is my dad's phrasing, they're yanking your chain. It's for their interest. I urge you to not just defer to the city staff and trust that they worked it out. I urge you to pause and think and take time and consider everything that everyone has said and not just vote on the first read through. Or at the very least, take this time through the endless yapping that's going to happen after me to actually think through everything, what the community wants, what you're actually getting from it, and whether or not this is just a pattern of want. So, thank you.
Patrick Ross, 66049. I don't know too terribly much about tax increment financing, so I'll defer to the experts, such as the exceptional lawyer here, Kevin Wempy, and his firm. And so I would just say, if we're going to pass this tonight, I hope the university can use all the funds that this project generates on the faculty and academic staff at the University of Kansas, specifically those who form the group United Academics of KU. And they are educators, faculty, instructors, scientists, librarians, and researchers are at the heart of the university's mission. Again, in April 2024, they voted overwhelmingly to form a union. They organize to ensure voices are heard in university decisions, support student success by improving teaching and learning conditions, recruit and retain the best educators and researchers for our community, maintain safe, functional classrooms and laboratories, protect academic freedom and job security so that they can teach and research without fear of reprisal. Above all, UAKU aims to ensure that KU delivers the high-quality education, research, and academic resources that our students and all Kansans deserve. Again, 1 year later, faculty and academic staff delivered many important proposals on diverse issues, including workload, evaluations, and fair discipline process. KU management has responded to only a fraction of them. They are asking KU management to treat this process with the urgency and respect that it deserves. Now, individuals can take action by signing their letter to the KU's provost. Faculty and academic staff are calling for fair and timely contract negotiations. And there's a QR code. You can sign your name onto a brief letter urging KU provost to listen to her faculty and academic staff, not outside consultants. And if you want to know more, you can go to www.uaku.org or Instagram at WeAreUAKU. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick.
Again, Marcy Francisco, 1101 Ohio. I appreciate that there is some set aside of the TIF funds for storm sewers and improvements to streets and sidewalks. But I don't know that it's clear that they might not all be used by the Jayhawk Watershed project. And if there is funding available for those streets and other transportation improvements, I would ask that they be identified on projects made in collaboration with the neighbors. So a bit of an aside, we talked about opportunities for a housing office, to work with residents that are off-site. For years, the Oread neighborhood was able to distribute, using community development block grant funds, a newsletter to every resident, and the August and September issues contained information targeted to the new residents in our neighborhood. Those funds have not been available for years. So again, we're talking with the TIF funds that there will be full faith and credit from the city, and I ask that that be backed by faith and credit to represent the interests of residents of the adjacent neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak to the TIF project plan at this point?
Good evening. I'm Bill Sampson. My zip code is 66047. It was to be built at Benelong Point, a place where Aboriginal celebrations had been held for thousands of years. People fought it on that basis. It was designed by an unknown architect. People fought it on that basis. Even though the design was originally thought to be on the cheap side, there were problems raising money for it. People wanted to abandon the project. The initial estimate of its final cost was $7 million. When completed, the cost was 14 times the original budget. People were appalled. Since, it has hosted everyone from Ella Fitzgerald and Sammy Davis Jr. to The Cure to Andrea Bocelli. Nelson Mandela made one of his most important speeches there. 11 million people visit it every year. Each year, it repays the community more than the community's entire investment in it. And in 2017, stories of indigenous peoples were told in vibrant animations projected against its shells. It was built against the greatest architectural and budgetary odds and over numerous community objections. It was built because the leaders behind it had a vision that it was right for their community. The story of the Opera House in Sydney, Australia. Lawrence has the opportunity to do something significant tonight with the Gateway Project. The stadium is already the most beautiful in the Big 12 Conference and maybe in the country. The conference center is finished. The economic potential of the project is enormous. I have been here the entire evening. I have listened to everyone who has spoken. No one has offered a single fact to challenge that. What Lawrence needs from its commission this evening is the vision to see the project for the opportunity it is. My wife and I ask you to support it.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, any other TIF project plan comments in the room? Okay, I think you already spoke once.
Is there going to be another time?
Yeah, so one more time. Thank you very much, yeah. Is it John that we're looking for? Is he up there still?
Yes.
Okay, great.
John, go right ahead.
Hi.
Hey, John.
Little challenges trying to get around navigating this Zoom stuff. It's a first. Just wanted to echo a couple of sentiments, starting with the official seal of the University of Kansas. It is one of the most inspirational things that drew me to this town. Moses of the Burning Bush. It is the light of education, and it was spoken of tonight in a positive manner and ignored in others. The University of Kansas would do well to adhere to that originating founder's proclamation. Kansas University also needs to take into consideration the idea that it shouldn't be an exclusive place, limiting to other people who obviously won't be able to partake in it because either they may not have interest in that direction or they just might not fit in. In particular, when you talk of the concerts, I would think that a wider variety of music than what has of recent years been the standard at the university in its sports and athletics is kind of disturbing and disencouraging. There should be possibly other groups considered and invited to come and do things. I would start with Christian contemporary music artists. I would go to folk music. I would also go to the plausibility of inviting other institutions to do some kind of partnership, like Haskell Indian Nations University. There could be a partnering, something, perhaps inviting them to conduct powwows on the Memorial Stadium's grounds. That's just some of the thoughts I had. I had other ones, but before I got a little disturbed by not being able to spot that mute button or unmute button, I wish the best for everybody and to keep the focus on making sure everybody is really involved. It is not an exclusive club, and you can't leave people out just because of their different belief systems. And in this case, I'm going to specify it. Christian faith systems. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, John.
We have one more, Mayor.
Okay.
It just popped on. Skelly?
Hello, am I there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. I appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly this evening. I normally would speak, or normally have spoke to you on behalf of the City of Lawrence, or the Lawrence Chamber, or the EDC of Douglas County, but this evening I'm going to speak on behalf of myself as a Lawrence resident. I have attended, I attended the University of Kansas. I've attended multiple sporting events, a lot of events at the stadium. And I think we as a community, and it's been mentioned by some other folks who have spoken tonight, really need to look at ourselves in a way and promote excellence. And I think what is designed here, and there are certainly things yet that need to be worked out, is certainly exemplary in terms of its design, in terms of the opportunity it can provide for the community as a whole. The opportunity to, develop a project that will, I think, certainly benefit the university's athletic programs, but benefit the universities in the ways that has been spoken to earlier, I think is critical. I think it does a lot for Lawrence and Douglas County. I think it complements the community in the fact that it seems to be a very unique kind of venue, which offers a lot, whether it's the housing aspect, whether it's the hotel and conference center, the revitalized area around the stadium. I think those are all really critical to Lawrence and the community as a whole. And I would appreciate and think it would be in our best interest if you as a commission would agree with that and support this project, and through action on all three of the items that are before you tonight. Again, there's certainly work that needs to be done yet, but I think what we have here is an opportunity that we oftentimes do not have. It's an incredible investment in the community. It shows a lot of commitment on the part of all the players involved, and I would urge positive action from you this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, that was the end of the TIF project plan. So we'll go ahead and close the public hearing on the TIF project plan and proceed to opening the public hearing on the establishment of the CID and levying of the CID sales tax. Any public comment on this item?
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. I'm not really sure where I should speak at all of this, so I'm just going to do it at this one. I was just wondering, is there any way you guys can leverage making KU adopt some of Lawrence's values? Like, they don't allow signs on graduation on their campus, I guess. And there's some lawsuit I read about them not discriminating against a group. I forget. But is there any way we can be like, hey, if we give you this money, you gotta allow free speech on campus? And is there any way we can make them pay their employees more, like the ones that aren't their lowest paid ones? Like, it just seems like you have something KU wants. Try to think outside the box and get something back for the city if the city's going to be paying for some of this. That, really, some of this is being built for the visitors. So, and also, I was just thinking, as you think about this, have you thought about what's going to happen with the Airbnbs going on in the neighborhood? Like, if this becomes a big visitor center, are we going to lose housing by houses being bought up to be Airbnbs? So if we do pass this, will we have potentially restrictions on how many Airbnbs can be built or can be in the surrounding neighborhoods? So I'll throw this out there now. Also, if there is parking and public streets become permit parking, will we be charging for this? I just want to throw this out there because if parking permits do come up, I think it's it's weird to be charging for sports facilities, but not charging for parking for a private permit, basically. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
I understand this is the hearing for the Community
This is
Improvement
the CID
District.
and sales tax issue, yeah.
So I certainly recognize, again, Marcy Francisco, 1101 Ohio Street. I certainly recognize the need for the city, county, and state to collect revenue for services. The intent of a community improvement district is to allow for economic development, and as such, I believe those costs should be borne by those who benefit from such development. I do not agree that this additional tax should be added to purchases made by faculty, staff, and students at the university. Over the years, students have come to my office in the Capitol to ask that the legislature consider a bill to eliminate sales tax on the purchase of textbooks. I would be remiss if I did not object to this 2% tax being added to the purchase of those textbooks. And that is why I come before you on this issue this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy.
All right, hello, Shen Steele, 66046. I have a couple of comments to make. One of them is a simple request to fix the website. I wasn't able to find the agenda for this meeting, which I think is a very simple thing that actually kept me from being aware of what we'd be talking about tonight. So I think that's relevant to this hearing, is the fact that I actually was unable to prepare for it because something as simple as a website wasn't working. And so I'd ask you guys to look into that, because this whole thing it's set up like a maze almost. Like it's like there's a conspiracy to keep people from getting here, and so that's one thing that I wanted to comment about. Was just a general lack of accessibility, and I think a few people have mentioned the people who actually aren't here to comment. And
Excuse me,
I think,
Shay, please keep it down in the room. I have a hard time hearing back there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I think there is a problem which isn't necessarily easy to become aware of, because there's a lot of people who aren't here that might otherwise be. I'd also like to let everybody know about a application called Citizen Portal, which is basically like YouTube for every single government meeting in the country. There's a company that's taking all of these videos and transcribing them, and you can search up anything you're interested in at a public meeting by keyword or topic. And I would also say that more young people should be here. I think that there's systemic reasons that young people aren't here, including simple things like the website not being available. A lot of people who have come here are familiar with the process. I see a lot of people who come to these meetings regularly, and they were able to access resources because they have the experience of being involved with this whole entire system. And so young people haven't had an opportunity to become acquainted with some of the less formal ways of getting access to this information. And so I would urge you guys to, I don't know, I guess I just wanted to comment about that. Yeah, and that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting you, by the way. I just couldn't hear.
Patrick Ross, 66049. I would also echo those sentiments of more civic engagement. It's been needed for quite some time. Just to keep exploring space here, I love being able to come up here 3 times on an issue. Last thing I would want to say is if we're talking about transportation from the hotel to downtown, maybe we should explore protected bike lanes, because then people could get from one place to the other without using fossil fuels. They get good exercise. They won't pollute the environment. Lots of good things. It shows our community values if we start to implement those types of systems. But we need protected bikeways for people to get on bikes and feel safe. And then lastly, if this project were to go through, and I believe it will, and hopefully it generates a lot of money for the university, I hope they can pay their teachers and get them unionized. And I was handed this flyer as I walked in. It says the UAKU Rally for Respect. It's got a faux Jayhawk, I guess for copyright reasons, and holding a contract. Tells you about the issue at hand. And it's located on Westco Beach, 1445 Jayhawk Boulevard, from 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. And they invite students, friends, family, and community supporters of UAKU are welcome to join. And it says Jayhawks fighting for a better KU. And then lastly, when we have this awesome stadium, as I've been told, maybe we should also plan educational events, because we can get a lot of people in there, get them watching cool videos that you might otherwise see on public television. It might not always be around public broadcasting systems. So maybe as a community, we could do our own sort of programming and educating and teach people about, local government and how they can navigate a complicated website, and how the meetings are no longer live broadcasted on YouTube. And I also had the same problem trying to look at the meetings agenda this weekend, but I am well versed with the website, and it just was not posted at the time I checked, either Saturday or Sunday. And so it doesn't give the public a lot of time to be able to prepare and formulate thoughts and arguments on very complicated issues, and that is by design. It's also why public comment is no longer part of the official meeting. It's why public comment has been moved to the end of the meeting, so as to make it more difficult for people to stay and speak on public issues. And so, there's a lot of things that we could come to this space and converse about, and all we have to do is spread the word for people to come. The best way to come to participate is to come to the meetings. Don't always rely on technology. Technology will fail you, but if you need to, at times, you should rely on technology. So, thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Haley Bruns, 810 West 8th Street. I live adjacent to the neighborhood. I have been involved with the neighborhood meetings. I've attended the CAC meetings. I believe in all of them, the coffee meetings, everything. I have missed one. I have to say that KU has put their best foot forward, in my opinion. Having lived there 24 years where I have, this is the first time there has been an effort made by anybody to engage us with anything. And the city is working, I believe, and I think at this point what I see coming forward is we have to get all of our parts to come together as one, so that it's not just the neighborhoods and KU, the city and KU, but what about the neighborhoods, the city, KU, affordable housing, because we're including them now. What about the other parts, economic development, downtown Lawrence? Let's put everybody together. And instead of all these individual tiny meetings going on where no one knows what went on there, let's all work together as one group. Doesn't have to be a big group, doesn't have to be every week, but I think there's huge benefit. We have brilliant people in this town. We gotta work smarter. Let's not reinvent the wheel, do the same meetings over and over with different groups. And you rehash the same thing and then you have 20 minutes of new material. So I really do believe we have the opportunity. We have a facility coming. We already have a conference center. So what can we do to make this conference center the most successful it can be? Because it's there. So it's not going away. We got to embrace it. How are we going to embrace it? Let's work together. concert sizes are an issue, let's work together. But let's bring everybody together instead of isolating.
Thank you, Haley. Okay, Daniel.
Daniel Lowing, resident of Lawrence. This topic would be being a wise steward of the resources that God has given you. And I'm talking about Smith Hall on the University of Kansas. In 1971, I came up as a sophomore, and my major was going to be sculpture. And alongside of Hoke Auditorium, I met Eldon Taft, the head professor of the sculpture department, and he looked at my portfolio, and I said, "What's that thing behind you?" He said, "That's Moses." I says, "Moses?" I said, "Like I'm a Catholic kid, like John, Luke, Matthew." I says, "Is this the dude that parted the sea?" He said, "Yes." The last time I was here, I had a conversation with Mr. DeWitt, and I said, "Are you going to tear down Smith Hall?" And he said, "No." I said, "What about Moses and the burning bush?" And he said, "It's just going to sit there," quote unquote, correct? Yes. And so it has sat there for 3 years. Our governor, Laura Kelly, brought it to a grinding halt. Our chancellor met an executive session. All there were the other presidents from the other universities. He said, "I need $650,000 to tear down this condemned building. There's nothing wrong with it." The secular humanists have wanted to get rid of Moses and the burning bush. And basically what Moses said was, "I want to see this amazing sight that the bush does not burn." That is the Latin in the official seal of the University of Kansas. So there it has sat. The lights have been turned off on Moses. The lights have been turned off on the leaded glass window of the stained window. And Smith Hall has been gutted out, and it just sits there because they didn't want the School of Religious Studies. Well, literally at the same time, the spotlights were turned off on the University of Kansas basketball team. The spotlights were turned off on the university football team and the baseball team, the commodities. This university has turned its back on God. They allow Snoop Dogg to come in and have pole dancers slithering on the Reverend James Naismith's court. Little John, the profanity is so bad that they can't even televise it or broadcast it. So you have made your bed, and the point being is, they're not wise stewards. The building has sat empty for 3 years, and according to Mr. DeWitt, it's just going to sit there.
Thank you, Daniel.
Correct? Correct.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Kincaid from the Oriad neighborhood again. I wanted to come on this topic specifically because it goes into the accessibility that we're kind of hitting on in this, and who's here and who's not. We're talking about increasing a sales tax on a lot of renters, or in the neighborhood where a lot of renters live, who are not here right now. Everybody who is purchasing things on the university campus, many of them are not here right now, students, faculty, they're not here right now. I think if you asked them how they felt about increased tax on textbooks or things like that, people would be out here more loudly saying, "Please reconsider, find another way to do this, don't throw another tax, don't make this part of the city more expensive to live in." We're already looking at $4 million does sound like a lot for affordable housing, but when you look into the grand scheme, you all know this, you spend most of your year looking at our budget, $4 million is not a substantial enough investment to make a meaningful difference if you make an entire neighborhood substantially more expensive to live in. So I ask that people consider that, and I do want to really thank the younger folks, older folks too, I'm glad you're here, but the younger folks who are here talking about making this a more accessible space. I'm excited. I hope we all get to talk to each other after this or around town or something like that. So, thanks.
Thanks, Okay, any other public comment on the CID sales tax?
I stuck around.
Uh-oh.
I have one more comment related to the CID specifically. I would ask, before this makes final passes, that the city work with university and possibly, to Marcy Francisco's point, find a way to just carve out just the KU bookstore from the CID district, so textbooks don't get that extra 2% CID sales tax for the good of the students and the affordability of student life on campus. I just discussed that with Marcy. We thought we'd throw that in there before this passes on final reading. Maybe that's a way that could happen.
Okay,
thank
you, Pat. I think in the room, that's it. But online.
John Latham.
Hello again. Hi. To make it official, John Latham, 66047. It's great to be able to speak here.
Try to reconvene our meeting here.
You might have to use the gavel.
Gavel, okay. Okay, we're going to try to get our meeting going again. All right, thanks everybody for the break. We've got several actions to take. I asked about whether we needed to take them in any order. I guess we can just follow the meeting agenda at this time.
Mayor, real quick, I just wanted to
Ma'am, sorry.
I'm going to say, I think I look. Yeah. There were a couple of things I wanted to entertain the dais on. One being, I know in the provision there is the piece about the office for off-campus housing. I don't think that office needs to be off-campus in order to serve the purpose of being off-campus housing. I am a little bit sticky on the 24 months. I think that this can get done a lot sooner than that. The university, or at least housing, has a lot of the platforms and provisions to get that work done a little bit more timely. So maybe entertain the idea of maybe changing that, or at least amending that from 24 months to 18 months. We can do that. And then in regards to the provisions on concerts, I understand and I echo the sentiments of some of the folks around, is there something that we can entertain around noise? And I do know that there are several venues, one in particular that I know of that I've frequented before is the Hollywood Bowl. And there is a decibel restriction at the Hollywood Bowl, not to exceed 90 decibels. So that's a few decibels short of Arrowhead. So I think if we can just say folks don't want Arrowhead in their backyard for a couple of hours and at least get it to a respectable, and most concerts, are around 85 to 90 decibels, 85, 95. So I think 90 is doable. My childhood home is behind Wichita State. A couple of times there's been concerts at Cessna Stadium. So I got to enjoy hearing the Rolling Stones, or at least the echo of it. But I think that is, I'd like to entertain at least putting that provision in there. It is not restrictive. It is kind of the industry standard. So just at least to entertain that. And those are the only two I have.
Okay.
Only two I have. So just would like anyone's thoughts on that.
Can we ask KU about
the DBs?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, both the 18 months and the decibels. Do you have a comment on either of those?
I think we'd be comfortable with the 18 months. Our goal is to do it in 12. We just want a little leeway there. The decibel limit could be an issue in some cases. That is, there are concerts that go above that for a period of time. So that's one I think we would want to, that might be an issue for that.
Yeah, there's when you do dosimetry, you measure, you have average periods of time, and so there'll be spikes, but the overall.
But if it's set at any point, any time,
right? I mean, there's
promoter in.
The data's, it's the peaks that are the worst. Of course, we're going to stay away from those. But if it's between 80, 90, 92. Occasionally, I guess what she's getting at is we need to stay within the industry standards between, whatever the 80 and 90 decibel limit might be, and try to achieve or monitor those limits in order to protect the neighborhood and the adjoining properties. Those are, you guys can monitor the decibel level. Now, whether you have to shut it down, I don't think that's the point. It's the sustained level or volume that is the most disturbing and damaging to the human ear. So that's kind of where we're getting at. So anyway, I think she was getting at with our DB comments. So you would say it'd be difficult to regulate that.
I mean, you don't know
by the minute.
You have a one-time go over a concert come in. You don't know the promoters, their own sound systems coming in. That's the concern. If we ever go over it, are we in violation? We don't know the stadium isn't built yet. The east side is going to be different when the stadium's done versus what it is now. Noise is going to be different. You get the buildings in there. There's just a lot of, we need some flexibility to, we will work with the neighborhood to ensure the noise is not, abusive or disruptive. To put a number on it at this time, we just don't know. We don't have it built yet. We don't have it all done yet. But it is the issue I think that is we're concerned about, as you are, and the neighborhood is that this is not, Arrowhead, as Commissioner Seller said. We don't want it to be Arrowhead every concert. So it is, if we could work with you on, making sure we're monitoring noise, doing noise studies, things like that, we're open to that. But a number at this point, when we don't even know, I don't even know when we turn the speakers on, what it's going to be right now. We don't have any experience with this stadium yet.
But I'm not talking about noise as it relates to a game. I'm talking about as it relates to a concert. So if the industry standard for most amphitheaters is anywhere from 90 to 95, why can't you commit to that?
But OVG said that in many cases it's above that level. So that's why I'm up here, just to say. Look,
most concerts are above that level?
What's that?
You're saying most concerts are above that level?
There are concerts that are above that level.
Okay, I get that. So tell me, so what is the Hollywood Bowl doing that this is a county? The Hollywood Bowl is a shared responsibility between the county and the Philharmonic, and they have in their provisions that they cap it at around 90. Then they utilize measurements and tests within it, but why can't you commit to that?
I think we could commit to doing a noise study, looking at it and doing everything to control it. A number at this point, I just don't know what the outcome is going to be, but I get your point, and we want to
for concerts
work on that. Yes, for concerts. And if we could do something where to commit to a number at this point, we don't even have the thing built yet. We will do everything to manage the noise, and again, are you going to put it in there where if it goes over that for 1 millisecond, we're in violation?
No, I don't think anybody's trying to do that. I just think, again, if it's good for Mulholland Drive and LA County and the Hollywood Bowl and other amphitheaters, I'm just what makes KU so exceptional?
It doesn't. We just haven't done the research on it to know, to give you any feedback.
And OVG hasn't?
What's that?
So OVG 360 hasn't?
Yeah, we'll let him come up and give you his.
Yeah.
Give your name.
Hi, I'm Doug Higgins. I'm a senior vice president with Oakview Group. I have experience with concert venues throughout the country. You're using the Hollywood Bowl. I don't run that facility. Not familiar with the history of how it got there to 90, and I don't know whether that's the correct number. I can tell you with all the outdoor stadiums, amphitheaters, and such that we're a part of, 110 is typically, if you're starting to look at decibel levels and something to call out. And what Jeff said is really important, though, is like, how is it measured? Where is it measured? When is it measured? Is it an average? And so again, we're used to having that dialogue. 110 is a number that we're typically used to dealing with. I can't speak to the Hollywood Bowl.
So you don't have any other examples of other outdoor facilities that have decibel limits?
I do, and that's why I said typically.
So what are they?
And I've never been involved in a venue in 90.
Okay, so what are they?
Yeah.
What are they?
Well, 110.
So they max it at 110.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But again, the key becomes how is it measured, when is it measured, where is it measured?
Okay.
That's really to Jeff's point. We're happy to sit with KU and have that dialogue, and really come to an agreement on what it should be. But it's just we got to get a bit more specific, and then we need to go back to our sound.
So is that something you can do before you have the first concert? So that can be a part of the agreement? Let's make that a priority.
For what it's worth, Google tells me that the Hollywood Bowl has a sound limit of 95 decibels,
for
A-weighted decibels, with an additional limit of 108 dBc for C-weighted decibels for controlling bass frequencies. I know nothing about what that means, but that's and I don't trust Google anymore, but I read that from Google.
I think the bigger conversation is that as we talk about using words such as good faith effort, collaboration, knowing that this is something that was going to come up, why not make the good faith effort to have that dialogue and give yourself a timeline to have that, to bring that back to the community and say, you know what, we're going to do this. We're not going to blast Arrowhead every time we have a concert here. We're going to have some guardrails. So, you know, everyone's talking about being good partners here. This one was a no-brainer.
I had an additional question. Sorry to jump. For KU, if I might, Mayor.
You bet.
Along with noise, have you guys done a traffic study of like any potential, like, kind of what would happen around the site as well?
Yeah, we have a parking study and a traffic study, and we share that information with the neighborhoods and with the city to help try to manage that and as we work through the issues.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
So it sounds like we would like to work out an agreement related to decibel levels, whether it be A or B, whether it be measuring within the stadium or within the adjacent properties. You know, everyone knows that sound waves change further from the origin point. So I think we need to probably be more focused on the neighborhood and the sound levels in the neighborhood. Maybe we agree to, monitoring stations, understanding that we'll take that data and use it for purposes of neighborhood appreciation. But we definitely want to address it because it's something that we don't know exactly about, which is this is a new stadium with a new sound system. I know there'll be other systems coming in for concerts, but we need to get a feel for what this place sounds like before we jump into those relationships. But I think it's really important, as Commissioner Seller said, this is a low-hanging fruit for us to monitor, establish commitments, and try to mitigate before it becomes really a problem for the neighborhood. So I appreciate that coming up. But I think we need to talk about where to monitor, how to monitor, what A or B levels, and those are all, or C levels, and it's all different. That's technical detail, but we need a commitment from you, and I think that's what we're getting tonight. I think we'll address that. The parking.
Kevin, where is the limitation of 8 in the 8 concerts in the development agreement? I was looking for that paragraph.
Oh, it's
Guess I put Kevin on the spot. Anyone who knows the answer, I
just looked it up.
It's at 7.
Are they looking for it?
On page 26 of the.
Yeah, it's Commissioner 7.2 subsection I.
Got it.
So it's page 26 of the agreement.
Page 56 of the agenda.
Found it. Thank you.
Did you have a specific question from that? Or?
Well, I was just thinking about how I remembered reading this, and I couldn't find it up quickly, but, we talk about they were conferring in good faith with surrounding neighborhood associations about, the number of concerts. I think we could put the sound decibel level in there, a good faith discussion with the city and the surrounding neighborhoods about decibel limitations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's part of the agreement.
In the agreement, I don't have the exact page, but we were just talking about it. There's a wording that we're obligated to work with the neighborhoods and the city on issues related to the stadium, whether that's parking or noise or whatever it is. So it's in there already that we would commit to do that. And I get the noise issue. My only concern is what's the number without doing some research and study and things like that.
I would never want to pick a number.
We are committed to making this work for everybody. So that's in the agreement. And we're good.
Yeah, Exhibit A, subsection H is engage in ongoing dialogue with representatives of the surrounding neighborhoods to discuss any concerns that may arise related to the project's operations. So,
And let's be clear here. The idea was not my intent for us to have an arbitrary number. It was to start a dialogue.
Absolutely.
Okay. So by me saying that was not me saying I picked a number out of thin air. to tell the university that they need to keep to that. It's to your point, to have that dialogue and to come up to an agreement.
Yeah.
So let's not mix words or put something in my mouth that I didn't say.
I apologize for that. I just want to make sure we weren't doing a number. We were doing a concept where it's completely, absolutely committed to that.
If I may contribute a little bit, these noise ordinances, whether we establish an ordinance or another mechanism that's less formal than an ordinance, they do require significant monitoring and expertise for enforcement. And so I wouldn't be doing my job as city manager to recognize that we do not have that capacity.
No, they would be responsible for doing this on-level monitoring. I think that's, I was getting at, maybe we can establish base levels, because I think that's, you can't do any enforcement until you have a baseline.
I'm just trying not to sugarcoat that these are, the city of Austin has a well-known and documented enforcement mechanism in the Music City, and they have a huge staff that are highly trained to monitor and enforce those noise ordinances. So I don't want to make this bigger than it is, but there are other ordinances in other cities where they've addressed this. We just haven't, and I want to make sure that we understand there's a significant level of monitoring enforcement that's going to have to come along with this so that I don't have to cover a budget gap later because we put something in place that you're going to hold me responsible for enforcing rightly.
I think to Commissioner Seller's point, the issue is we want to work with you. We want to make sure this is a good neighbor, and that's going to require dialogue and some research and some looking at that, how we figured that without putting it on having 20 staff monitoring noise and all those types of issues. That's something we're committed with OVG to make sure this is a stadium that does what it needs to do and provides economic development benefit without being an obnoxious Arrowhead level noise tool or whatever. That's a point that we're certainly committed to that ongoing dialogue.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Okay, so any other questions on this item from the commissioners? So we'll just address general questions, and then if you have any specific questions on each action item, we'll go through them and consider consider motions for adoption.
I would just say a couple things in general, and it probably applies to several of these. I think a couple parts to consider with some of the comments. One, I would say, now you said this about the development code as well. A lot of people's fear about the development code was that we'd have this explosion of housing that would ruin the neighborhoods. And my biggest fear about the new development code is nothing will happen. And in kind of the same way, I mean, on one hand, the limit of 8 concerts, I'll be happy if we get one concert of 40,000 people coming to town on a particular weekend. That's a major economic driver. If we can get one of those, I'm a little more concerned that we won't have that. Which one of the reasons I support this is for the same reason, and a few speakers talked about this, is that we have a convention center that we can't use because we don't have a hotel to go with it. And to me, the biggest driver of what our contribution to this, KU is paying for the football stadium. Our contribution is to help make the hotel go so we can maximize the conference center and maximize our visitors, which thus maximizes our revenue. I think secondarily to that is the housing, which is helpful certainly to everybody. But to me, the big driver economically and otherwise is making sure that conference center is as successful as it can be. And, I think that to me is the overriding reason I would, support this project. And the other point I would say is on some of these issues, if this isn't approved, and whether or not KU decides to finish the stadium or not, if this isn't improved and there's no development agreement, they can have as many concerts as they want in that facility. And they can do that as they want. And again, I think they're good faith partners, but my point is that we are getting some things out of this agreement that are useful for our contribution, but without our contribution, we really have no say in those items. Forget the financial parts, but some of those others. And so, anyway, I appreciate the work that the staff has done on this. I appreciate the work KU has done on this. I believe we've gained a lot out of it, and I'm fine with, obviously the off-campus housing changing. I'm fine with adding some good faith about the decibel levels. But my big concern is that we move this project forward so we can recognize some of these benefits that I think we will receive from this. So. And I will say, Star Bonds, not to pick on Manhattan. Manhattan has, I think, 2 different Star Bond projects, and we haven't had one yet. And those are the state deciding to contribute to us. I said this the last time, but if you would have told the city commission 10 years ago that the state was willing to put $85 million in and then another $40 million in to build a conference center, we would have been out of our minds, crazy for $120 million to put in a convention center which brings people to our community. And that's what we're getting from partnering with the state and partnering with KU for this. And I certainly agree, even if you don't count the football stadium, and even if you don't count any concerts, this will be one of the major economic drivers of having that hotel and conference center that we've seen in the city in a long time. So I'm going to support these for those reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump in next. Kind of to echo Vice Mayor's comments a little bit. I think this is going to be an economic driver and potentially a game changer for our community. I think good faith efforts were put in place by both parties, both the city and KU. And to go ahead and come to the place that we are today. And I've been comforted by hearing that those conversations will be ongoing with the neighborhood so that they still have input into the development that's ongoing right on their doorstep. So, and then, with other parts of the project, contributing to the watershed project, affordable housing, the off-campus housing, university housing, actually having student-focused housing so that it can relieve some of the pressure on our neighborhoods and the city itself, and then collaboration with the transportation to downtown to activate that corridor of 9th Street and get people downtown, get people spending money downtown and visiting our businesses downtown. So I think that's incredibly important. I really do think this can just be a project that will help us diversify and grow our tax base and kind of hopefully eventually release our reliance on residential property owners and encourage a little bit more commercial in that regard. So I'm a supporter of this project, and I look forward to seeing it come to fruition.
Thank you, Bert. Anybody else want to?
I'll start my thoughts by saying that cash doesn't cover sins for colonization. So I say that because we did have a presenter that talked about the theater in Sydney, Australia, and so I will never use an example of colonization and whatever benefits come from colonization to justify the means to something. So that was kind of not something I wanted to hear. I love Star Bond projects. I talked about it the first time I ran. I talked about how our community had yet to capitalize on a Star Bond project for the very piece of what I stated, economic driver. It can be a huge economic driver. It is a risk, but it is a huge economic driver. Never did I think our first Star Bond project would be with an academic institution, one of the first in the state. Yeah, so that wasn't on my bingo card, and it still isn't on my bingo card. But here we are. So this whole process started in 2017 when our community decided to grant one of its opportunity zones to the University of Kansas. Okay, so this was a done deal back in 2017, folks. We've just been along for the ride. I wish that $40 million would have went to us. It had the opportunity to come to us, but it went to the university. And I can understand why, and I know why. But again, this all started in 2017. It predates us. So we're just here and we're along for the ride. So I stated about my pieces of what I wanted in this project. This does not give me warm feelings because, yeah, it's going to benefit somebody. It's going to benefit a whole lot of people, and there's also going to be some losers in this. We're going to be impacted by the type of students who will be able to attend this university. It's going to still be a relationship of on-campus and off-campus housing. The university is not meeting a par to get it to the point where it has enough on-campus housing to meet the needs of its freshman class. It's not mandating that freshmen stay on campus. It's not been able to replace the very worn down and low asset housing that it has removed in the last 10 years, whether it's McCullum Hall, Sunflower Apartments, the original Stauffer Apartments. So, we're mixing words, and I'm not going to talk on talking points here. I love my university. I love my alma mater. But man, it is a totally different institution than it was when I went there. And that's the perspective that I'm coming from. And I know that most of you probably don't care. And it's okay, I get that. I don't fault you to that. But I have to care. Because there will be students who are currently at this institution, students that will be enrolling, who'll be coming here this week to be on campus, to be here for their first year. And there'll be students that will never know what it means to be a Jayhawk. This project has that much of a presence. We're talking about it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Yeah, it is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. And it's going to change the look and character of this community. That's not hyperbole. That's fact. We're already seeing it. So it is what it is, folks.
So do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'll just say a couple things. Quite a bit's been said already. So I do think this is a really good project for Lawrence and KU. I support that part of it. So I do support most of the items in here. The ones that I'm probably not going to be in favor of is the CID, because I do think that adds a taxing burden, more of a taxing burden on the students that are coming here. And I know obviously there'll be others, but I do support the others. What really got me interested, or piqued my interest a little bit more, was when we started talking about, Craig started negotiating with KU about, what could KU provide for us. And so when they brought up the Jayhawk watershed, that's a project that's been near and dear to me for numerous years on my commission term. And so when they offered the $14.5 million, I thought that was just, excellent. And I really do appreciate that cooperation with that. And then well as the affordable housing, again, that's something that's been, on my plate since I've been on the commission, and we've done quite a bit of work with that. So anything that gets us further ahead, or at least, further into providing more affordable housing, I'm all for that. So I do appreciate those. So those two items really got me more interested in the idea of supporting this. So I will support that. The only thing I won't support is the CID.
Okay, thank you. Well, then, it sounds to me like we should try to address these all individually, and we'll do so. But I want to thank everybody for their comments, and I don't really have much to add to this. I am in support of this project and have been, I think, excited and, or more importantly, surprised at the input that we've received from the University of Kansas on this project. I know that they need us just like we need them. This is a symbiotic relationship between KU and the university and the city of Lawrence. I feel like this is a opportunity for us to solidify that relationship. Whether or not we get the types of activities or students here, I can't control, but the one thing I can control is how we work with our partners, and I want to work with the best interest of our partners at KU. Without KU, this Lawrence would be, a lot different place, and more importantly, a diminished KU is going to make Lawrence a lot different place. And I see what's happening across the country, and I want to be a part of a plan to help stave off any kind of regression from our university attendance, as well as the interest in this place. And I want to do everything I can to try to build that interest up. And these types of projects to bring outsiders to our community, to bring tax dollars from outside our community, the tax dollars we missed severely last year, the tax dollars we've been missing out on, just not having the type of facilities to collect this kind of money and taxes that we need in this community. And so for me, it seems like an opportunity to start relying on taxes from outside the community, dollars from outside our community, dollar from within the state of Kansas, and again, using other people's money to make Lawrence a better place. And I feel like we have to make an investment in that process, and this is the first step. And so I'm going to support all these actions, and hopefully we can get past some of these hurdles on the required votes.
Mayor, real quick, just a point of personal privilege. I will say, I know you heard that we don't get to dictate what students attend, but we do. This university doesn't exist without this town. And if it wasn't the case, then we wouldn't be here voting on this right now. So we do play a role.
Yeah, it's a symbiotic relationship. We're equally important.
So just wanted to make that noted. So I get where you're trying to say, but the fact of the matter is we do play a part.
We do.
And the policies that we pass and the relationships we have with the entities that make themselves a part of this community. So
absolutely.
Other than that, I will ask that the vote be a roll call vote on each one of these provisions. Thank you.
You bet. Okay, so I'm going to be taking roll count. If somebody can help me with the reading of the actions so that I can start with the requests from the...
I have a question and for staff here. If we want to add something to the development agreement regarding, changing 18 to 24, that seems straightforward. If we want to add something about good faith negotiations on decibel levels, is that something I can add and then you can clean it up and in second reading we can approve that next week?
Yes.
So I don't have to wordsmith something here? Okay.
But the resolution wouldn't have a second reading.
There's no second reading. The language in the resolution provides that it's approved in substantially the form presented. So typically, there's blanks to be filled in for dates and ordinance numbers and those types of things. So I usually that provides staff discretion to make these kind of changes from the dais on the night of. And I will also say the effectiveness of the development agreement is contingent on approval of the ordinances that do require a second reading. And so I think that, there's probably room for us to work on that and present the cleanups to you ahead of next week as well, so you have that visibility.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yep. Well, then I'll try to make a motion and see if it works. I move to adopt resolution number 7620, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the KU Gateway Development Agreement with the change of the off-campus housing office being opened in 18 months instead of 24 months, and an insertion in paragraph 7.2I about good faith negotiations related to decibel levels of concerts.
Second.
Okay, that's a motion by Finkeldye, a second by Littlejohn. All in favor say aye.
Roll call.
Roll call.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Larson?
Yes.
Finkeldye?
Yes.
Littlejohn?
Yes.
Sellers?
Yes.
Thank you. Endeavor, yes.
Okay. Adopt on first reading ordinance number 10155, approving the Star Bond project plan.
Okay, that's a motion.
Second.
Well, it's a motion by Finkeldye, seconded by Larson. Larson, how do you vote?
Yes.
It's a yes. Finkeldye?
Yes.
Yes. Littlejohn?
Yes.
Yes for Littlejohn. Sellers?
Nay.
Nay for nay for Sellers, sorry. And that's a yay for Dever.
Move to adopt on first reading ordinance number 10156, approving the TIF project plan.
Okay, that's a motion.
Second.
A motion by Finkeldie, seconded by Larson. Larson, how do you vote?
Yes.
It's a yay. Finkeldie?
Yes.
Yay. Little John?
Yes.
Yes. Sellers?
Yes.
Yes. Dever, yes.
And then move to adopt on first reading ordinance number 10157, establishing the CID and levying the CID sales tax.
It's a motion.
Second.
Motion by Finkeldie, seconded by Little John. Larson, how do you vote?
No.
That's a no. Finkeldie?
Yes.
Yes. Little John?
Yes.
Yes for Little John. Sellers?
No.
It's a no for Sellers and a yes for Dever. Motion passes 3-2.
Adopt resolution of intent number 7619 relating to the issuance of IOBs.
Second.
That's a motion and a second. Motion by Finkeldie, seconded by Little John. All in favor, Larson say
Yes.
yes. Finkeldie say
Yes.
yes. Little John?
Yes.
Yes. Sellers?
Aye.
That's an aye for Sellers and an aye for Dever. Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Okay.
I think that's it, right?
I think that's it.
Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, got it.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. All right, so I'm going to let the folks leave the room here for just a minute. But while we're waiting, Craig, we spoke earlier today. I wanted to make sure you mentioned several other commissioners had brought up a discussion about FUSIS in the future. And I think this is going to bring up commission items. I just wanted to make sure if anyone wanted to bring it up, that it should be brought up now so we can.
Gonna talk about it.
Okay, very good.
Were you going to bring that up?
I was going to offer at the beginning to let's just start there and then let it. You can add whatever you want to it, but
yeah, I'll at least
want to be prepared to talk about that if you wanted to now.
I'll at least bring it up for discussion.
Commission items, okay. Okay, so thank you. We're going to go on ahead and move on to commission items, and we want to have a discussion about a few items. You want to bring up the FUSIS issue?
Thank you, Mayor. Given the kind of comments that we've gotten, I think it warranted a little bit more attention in this item, and I just wanted to go ahead and bring it up as a commission item, and hopefully to go ahead and show what the reasoning for us going in that direction is, the implementation of it, and then the goals of the program. So, but those are my initial assessments.
Yeah, so like a work or a study session, you want to talk
just a
about
work
it?
study
Something that we could learn a little bit
We can
more
hear a
about.
presentation from the chief.
And then maybe some FAQs or answers to some of the stuff that's been brought
Yeah,
up.
right. Yeah.
Because I think that's something, some of them seem to be the same question, but I think they're good questions that need to be resolved. I don't know if you want to do that sooner than later, but I think sooner would be better.
30 days.
That's up to the commission.
I want to give you adequate time to go ahead and put together a good presentation for this, because we want to make sure that we're addressing folks' concerns. So I'm fine with that.
Is 30 days okay to get this? Is it?
I only point out 30 days could be the September 16th budget adoption night. September 9th might be better, which is not quite 30 days, but seems a little more open than the 2nd or the 6th.
Yeah, if we could have some latitude to do that, to work it in between the budget items, some of the bigger agendas that we have, so we give it a proper amount of time and attention, space for you to.
Yeah, it seems like the 9th might be.
Yes, avoiding the 16th would probably be good. But.
And I would just say that some of those items on the 16th, maybe we're hoping to move some of those potentially to the 8th, so.
You may be moving them.
Or to be, well, I mean, it's a full agenda and we don't have anything scheduled for that date yet, so if we cannot work that out, are you okay? I just want to be clear, do you want it in there? Or could we, if we're struggling with some of these other items, could we put it on the first meeting in October? I just want to know if that's an option or not.
I would prefer the first meeting in October.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I said I would prefer the first meeting in October.
Okay.
Well, it's
But
going
if
to,
everybody wants to do it sooner rather than...
no, well, I would just say I'm open to looking at that. I think it's going to bring out a lot of people, and we'll need a significant amount of time probably. So I don't want it, I think we want to be careful so it doesn't start at 9 o'clock or whatever after we do the budget and all that, so.
We'll work to manage it no later than the first meeting in October. Okay, so we'll try and manage so that we have adequate time amongst all these issues, if that's okay.
Mayor, could I offer one advice to this issue? That doesn't the program go into effect in October? So people who have concerns with this program might want to talk about it before it goes into effect.
I'll find out thank you, I appreciate the metric. Okay, let's take a look at the implementation date. I don't know if that has much, but I don't know if we're going to be able to stop this process. I guess I know we've already been utilizing some of these features.
Yeah, we'll investigate and get back to you, understanding those concerns.
Okay, thank you. But I would be fine in October as well if that fits everybody's schedule.
Yeah.
But I don't want to procrastinate too long on it. Or you could have a separate meeting about the community update in a different forum, even if it doesn't work with our city commission agenda.
I've got one more item, Mayor.
Yes.
To bring up. I would like to hear a discussion from staff regarding our debt, and the amount of debt we have, and the fact that we've accumulated quite a bit in the last few years. I'd like to get a better understanding of what that means for the city and how we are handling that debt to make sure we stay solvent. Some of these questions have been asked by community members, and I'd just like to explore that more so I have a better understanding of what that's.
Okay.
A debt discussion.
Is this budget related? Do you need it before the adoption of the budget?
I don't necessarily have to have it before the budget, but.
I would note the FAQs that recently released were
pretty good.
Pretty good,
yeah.
To help me a lot, so.
Okay, any other commission items before we move on to future agenda items? All right.
We do have 3 people who are interested in adding that to an agenda.
Like a study session, you mean on the budget?
Yeah.
I mean on the debt?
Debt service, yes, please.
Better.
As long as.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, I do have a quick one. It's a super quick one. On Monday was Mother Harvey's 100th birthday. I know we had a proclamation for her last week, but I just wanted to go ahead and shout her out because making 100 is a huge deal. So, and she is a very nice lady. So, got a chance to meet and talk with her a little bit more this past weekend, and she's had an amazing life. So, and has a lot of stories. So, I just wanted to go ahead and shout her out. So,
good job. 100. Anybody else? Okay, the future agenda item review. Any questions on that? Well, I think we've taken a look at that already. Move the schedule around. Okay, we are going to go to the city manager's report.
Thanks, Mayor. There are 2 items on there. Both are just updates. One, unfortunately, we weren't successful with the build grant that we had hoped for, but we will receive seek some feedback from the agency and try to adapt and be better prepared and reapply. And the other one is an update on the Strengthening Police and Community Partnership Project. The chief reported his discussions with NCAA or NAACP, and they also, unfortunately, the lack of support that we have from the federal office that was helping us with that. And so I think they're trying to work in partnership to try and further the work with community resources and discussions.
Okay, any questions for Craig on the city manager's report? Any public comment on the city manager's report?
That strengthening police and community partnerships thing, unfortunately, that's been focused on race too much. There is a police accountability problem in this town. Your chief of police has lied to your community police review board. crashed it. And here recently, we just had another Community Police Review Board member resign, giving reasons again, pointing at the lack of transparency and lack of cooperation from your chief of police, who has lied to your board. That's your chief of police that lied. I was going to save this for public comment, but it's actually more appropriate to do here, because in addition to the example that chief set, he actually got people to follow him. There was an incident in here last year where Mr. Littlejohn, I believe you decided to conspire with Anthony Brixius to have me trespassed. By the way, for everybody else in the room, the executive session earlier today talking about upcoming legal action is a lawsuit that I filed, naming Bart Littlejohn for his actions, naming Anthony Brixius for his actions, naming Matthew Leslie for his actions. So Bart, I didn't know that you were an attorney. I didn't even know that you were a judge. And Tony, are you a judge? Is she a judge? As far as I understand, she's only an attorney, right? She's the city attorney. But I want you to hear, I want everybody in this room to hear the lie that Anthony Brixius told his officer, Matthew Leslie, to motivate him to help Anthony arrest me illegally. I want you to pay attention here. This is Matthew Leslie calling Amari Collado to discuss this. He proactively activated his body cam to record this.
What's up, dude? What the fuck did you guys get into? I'm probably gonna get sued. No. I cited him for trespassing.
Listen.
Robbie, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Listen carefully.
Apparently, Deputy Chief talked to Deputy Chief said he talked to the judge, and the judge was like, yeah, we can do this.
So how about it, Tony? How about it, Craig? Which fucking judge did Anthony Brixius talk to, Little John? I've got the fucking discovery video from the back room that shows exactly who he talked to.
Time.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
I'll be back.
Any other questions or comments on the city manager's report? How about online, Sherry?
No, Mayor.
Okay, very good. Let's move on to the commission calendar. I think we spoke a little bit about it earlier, but I don't know if there's anything that needs to be talked about on this, but anybody have any comments or questions on the calendar?
Uh-huh.